tam sytuację, Paulina, jeszcze potem albo w trakcie powiedz, że jeżeli ktoś się nie podpisał, to że przypominamy, że to jest projekt,
Tak,
wiesz, tam
tak,
w trakcie
tak,
i że
tak,
tam,
tak,
nie wiem,
tak.
przed przerwą na przykład, nie?
Two minutes, okay. Still 2 minutes, sorry. Perfekt, dobrze to wygląda. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, hello. It's my pleasure to welcome you at WSB University at the Q-Helix International Conference Challenging Migration, Security, Mobility, Labor Market, Integration and Human Rights. I'm very happy you are here. I would like also notify those who are here in WSB University that there is almost 200 people registered online, so people are also listening you through the transmission. So I hope we will have a really good discussion and impact in the area which we are to discuss. I would like to invite Professor Łukasz Sułkowski, the head of the president of WSB University and head of the business school, to address the welcoming.
Thank you very much. I would like to also very warmly welcome you at our conference. It's great that you are visiting Poland. We have also very nice weather, so it's probably nice socializing and sightseeing too. So thank you very much and congratulations. Congratulations for the chairwoman of the conference. Congratulations for you for coming and discussing such an important issue nowadays. We are living in a dangerous world. Risk management, dealing with all of these issues is crucial, and actually immigration crisis, as we can describe, we are going on with the last decade, and then we are looking for the not only theoretical but practical resolutions all over the world. In the meantime, at the start of the conference, let me say a few words about our university. We have more than 30 years, so we are young and old, let's say. Young because we are a very dynamic university. going on in this entrepreneurial wave of the universities in Poland. Old in meaning that it was the possibility to create non-public universities in Poland since 90s. And we are in this first wave. We are developing, starting from our main campus here at Dąbrowa Górnicza, at south of Poland. I mean Krakow, Katowice, and several campuses here south of Poland, but also new campus in Warsaw, in Palace of Culture and Science, which is iconic building, but quite controversial, as probably part of you know, built in Stalinist times as a gift of Joseph Stalin, but very interesting one, and as I mentioned, iconic for Warsaw. As a university, we are specializing in many disciplines. We have the rights to grant PhDs and professorships, full academic rights in 8 disciplines, ranging from disciplines like management, by security, to the disciplines like pedagogy, family sciences, international relations. So the main impact on social sciences, technical sciences, but we are developing. Among 30 disciplines that we have here at the university at the teaching level, we have also a medical school, the Collegium Medicum. That is very important. There is 4 different programs that we are teaching there, also MD program. And actually, this year, in this evaluation, scientific evaluation in Poland, we are starting with 10 disciplines. So we are going on in a direction, in a strategy of the comprehensive university, to have the large range of the disciplines, not only in meaning of the geographical scope, but also in meaning of the different area of sciences. What is very important for us, and we are very proud of that, we are second non-public university in Poland. There is one ranking of Perspektywy where all of the universities are compared, and we are second one after Koźmiński University. And what is very significant, last years we are number 1 in internationalization. There is a subcategory of the ranking, and we are number 1, taking into account all of the university, not only non-public, but also public universities, which means that this is crucial pillar of our strategy. Yeah, that we are going on not only with the students' education, PhD education in several disciplines, but with a scientific development. And thank you very much for being part of this development. Such a conferences, consortia like Q-Helix are crucial for these international activities. Mentioning several important issues also, we have a BSIS accreditation from EFMD. We are very high in Times Higher Education Impact Ranking that is taking into account the sustainability of the university. We have the CIMAN accreditation, so this is important part of our credibility, of our reputation, to be the part of the, let's say, elite university part that is recognized all over the world. Here's the illustration of this second pillar of our strategy, sustainable development, an area that we are trying to concentrate with the SDG. Let's say WSB University, in numbers, we have almost 20,000 students. We are cooperating with more than 1,000 of academic teachers and researchers. We are dealing with a different area of the development, in meaning also of the building the digital university here and supporting the education in that. And let's say very important point of our international development, we are a leader of the Alliance of the European Universities, and we have the representation of the 8 universities from Q-Helix consortium in this conference, and even more in the next conferences that will be part of the Q-Helix development. I also know that you are publishing the results of your activities in Rutledge, Taylor and Francis. Congratulations, this is very important to make the distribution of the results of these scientific activities and discussion. Important part of our development, of course, these are publications and the journals. As internationally oriented university, we are publishing a lot in the top editorial houses like Taylor and Francis or Brill. We have also our own journals, as you see, first quarter, for example, Forum Scientiae Economico, for example, cultural management, for example, security, and many, many more. This is very important because in Poland, like in most of the developed countries, we have the research exercise. Our is done every 4 years, and we are checked if we are fulfilling the criteria, and we are ranked according to the criteria. So it's very important to be in the category A in a discipline and be the crucial place for the international scientists to cooperate. We have a very large number of the projects and the long-term experience with Erasmus Plus projects, with Harmonia projects, with several tranche of the important projects. That is the very important activity for us, and it is like a pay for performance. So it means we must bring the scientific results to have the possibility to develop, organize the conferences and our activities. Organization of the university is based on the campuses from one side. From the other side, we have a Collegium Medicum, business school, and the Faculty of Applied Sciences that are the main pillars of the scientific and academic activities at our university. So at the end of this presentation, again, I would like to say that I'm very grateful for coming here, for taking part in this conference. We have a lot of hopes for the international cooperation, so I wish you a pleasant stay in Poland. I wish you very fruitful discussions and academic cooperations, and thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor, for such a nice welcoming. It's my pleasure to start the conference with some information about participants, about you. So at the moment, we gathered here as 15 of different academic institutions, universities, schools, or research institutions, which represent Europe and United States. 7 of them are in Q-Helix consortium. So this is very important for us that I can welcome all you here. I will introduce in a moment our keynote speakers, which you probably know from publication and from the program as well, but it will be my pleasure in a moment. But what I would like to start with at the beginning is something maybe very simple, but at the same time important for me. Well, we are all descendants of migrants. 200,000 years ago, Homo sapiens starts its journey to Europe, Asia, Americas, Australia, has started to conquering the planet and has never stopped. Our history, human history, is replete with stories of people on the move due to different reasons: wars, conflicts, religion, poverty, food scarcity, pursuit of better life, curiosity. For 99% of us, the population in our birthplace has changed at least few times over the past 5,000 years. Various tribes, duchies, kingdoms, states have dominated different areas, and population has changed relatively quick and often. Our great-great-great-grandparents migrated to where we born and start to live, and it was as natural as sun shining. Even when Europe was relatively similar to modern years in terms of the population, the Great Discoveries era or the Great Colonial era mark a period of significant global displacement. Multitude of Europeans flocked to the Americas and Asia, invading and colonizing these regions for over high transit years. During this period, they were also responsible for the first recorded mass intercontinental forced displacement of Africans to Americas and Asia. Finally, when the colonial world collapsed, subsequent return marked another significant migration event in human history. 2 world wars, first and a second, compelled millions to migrate due to physical danger, poverty, and new post-war political order. Shortages in post-war Western labor markets prompt migration to Europe and to USA from poorer regions, often impoverished due to their colonial past, to fill gaps left by the Europeans who were unable or unwilling to do the work themselves. Finally, the end of the bipolar era, Cold War era, opened new possibilities for international movement. Migration is responsible for numerous positive aspects of our daily routines. Coffee and tea in Europe, vegetables and spices we commonly use in the kitchen, diamond engagement rings, and silk dresses. It has also contributed to more significant developments, such as the calendar and decimal system. These elements are so ingrained in our lives that we often fail to recognize their origins. When asked about roots of cappuccino, we already had a couple of them here. We might recount a tale of Italian monk who invented this beverage without considering where the coffee beans originated from. Similarly, the British custom of afternoon tea at 5 o'clock is deeply rooted. Yet we seldom reflect on where this tradition began and under what circumstances. Furthermore, thanks to the movement of people, trade has flourished, currencies have been created, new skills, including medical treatments, have been shared. People learn by observing each other and adopting new solutions or ideas within their communities. Even when considering the dark aspects of migration, such as wars, plunder, human trafficking, slavery, forced Christianization, we must remember that it remains a net benefit. Migration is in our blood, or instead it was. Although technology has the potential to make the world more open and accessible than ever before, it doesn't. Border controls, visa programs, migration policies exclude wealthier parts of the globe from those seeking a better world. When migration became a security issue at the beginning of the 21st century, every extraordinary measure taken to impede the international movement of people was and still is justified by the need to ensure security of receiving states and their citizens. As a professor of security studies, I often wondered why the securitization processes is so readily accepted. Undoubtedly, the uncontrolled movement of undocumented migrants poses risks, threats, and challenges, as does poor integration. Human trafficking, sexual harassment, organized crime linked to migration must also be addressed. Nonetheless, it's feasible to tackle this problem through conventional measures rather than securitization, which entails a notion of existential threat, implementation of extraordinary measures, and strong public acceptance of such an unconventional approach. I hope we can discuss it deeply during our meeting, how we can manage with that. Dear colleagues, Q-Helix is an inclusive European university alliance. We believe that it is possible to discuss multidimensional, complex issues without censorship and prejudice, with academic integrity and with respect to all stakeholders and participants. Please feel free to express your opinions, to share your research, to be as honest as possible, because this is the idea of this meeting. As you have seen, I planned a lot of free time for lunches and networking. It's not a mistake. It's time to know each other better, to discuss things which can't be told in the open sessions because time is limited, but at the same time, we have a lot of networking. This was the idea which drives me here, to meet you, to connect us each other, and maybe to start something better in the future. So, WSB University is happy to host you here. Please enjoy the time. Please use it as much as you can, not only the academic part, but also unofficial side of it. And if I can do anything, please, I'm more than happy to help you. I would like to introduce people without whom this event wouldn't be possible. Evelina, she's working, but you've already met Evelina or met her through the emails. She was the person who wrote the grant proposal, submitted, and succeeded. So that's why we can meet here. She's so busy that unfortunately she's circulating somewhere, but you've already met her. It's also Adam, who is also outside, and Maria. They did a lot of work which is not usually seen, like printing, pasting, organizing, calling, sending. Without this, it also wouldn't be possible. Łukasz and his team is responsible for the online transmissions, for all these connections which we have here. Without them, we will be just blind. So thank you, Łukasz. Thank you for your contribution. And of course, my biggest thanks goes to the university authorities on the hand of Professor Sułkowski, because in those dark days which we have now, at my university, I can often rely on the help and on positive approach and reaction to different kinds of events and ideas I have. It's very important in those days to feel safe in the institution you work for. Thank you very much. So, just a few organizational things, because although it is an academic event, still there is a bureaucracy to be done. So if anybody missed to sign the list, please do it during the break, because it's a project, so we should prove that we've been here. Yeah, sorry for this, for recalling this all over the time, but this is how it works. This is the first thing. The lunch break will be here. The dinner will be also in the next room, so we will provide you there at time according to the schedule. You are all invited to it, so please feel invited to those part as well. If you need an internet password, Łukasz will share it. Yes, it's wsb.edu. PL network, so Łukasz and his team will share the password with you if you need it. If you also need any assistance in other aspects, please feel free to ask. So let's make everybody feel safe and welcomed here in Poland. Maybe we will have a joint photo with Professor because it's a difficult time now at Akademia because we have several ongoing events at the same time in 3 campuses. So probably Professor will have to leave in a moment, but I would be more than happy to have a joint photo. So Kamil is ready, yeah, for the photo? Yeah. Okay, so I will just ask Evelina and others and we will do it here. Because then everybody is going somewhere and we don't have it. All together. Yes, all together, please.
O tak, też bardzo.
Pani kolorowy ptak.
Panie profesorze, to pan profesor zawsze mnie po prostu musi zaaktywizować albo garniturem, albo butami innymi całkowicie poważnie. Jest to ciasko jest.
Nie, ja również.
Kamil, zawołaj Giselle, proszę.
Show you that you can, well, I think it's more or less okay. I will.
Ta mównica nie przeszkadza, Panie Kamilu? Jest okej. Mhm.
So thank you. Oh, just a moment, okay.
Super. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ja wiem, nie ma sprawy, ale wszyscy wiedzą.
Powodzenia.
Dziękujemy,
wielkie.
dzięki. Just a quick move. Yeah, people are changing posts, but it's okay. So I would like to introduce the speakers, the keynote speakers of today's event. It's my pleasure, it's my personal pleasure to host you here. Thank you for accepting the invitation. We have three keynote speakers, which represents security studies and migration studies all together or one of them, from different regions, with different perspective, with different academic background, and I hope with exciting and discussion-providing presentations and lectures, actually. So the first guest is Professor Michelle Pace. She's professor in global studies and incoming visiting fellow at Refugee Center at University of Oxford, starting very soon, in a month. So we are more than happy that you are here with us, Michelle. Michelle is a leading scholar in migration, human rights, democracy, and global governance. Her research focuses mostly on displacement, mobility, political and ethical challenges surrounding migration. And in her work, she bridges academic research and policy debates. She's very active in social media, so please observe her LinkedIn account. It's not an advertisement, it's a way of communication, how we communicate. If you want social media to be better, then be a part of them to make them better. Please observe her, she's very active in any single lecture, publication, or anything you can find there. She is also the author of newly published in December book about the Migration Policy and Paradigm Shift in Denmark. And welcome to Denmark. You can find the leaflets of that book at the registration desk, and you can order it via the QR code. So if you are interested in a topic, please feel free to use the discount which was prepared by the publisher. She focused on different aspects, as I mentioned, so not only policy debates, but also securitization, also in the connection with labor market needs, integration, human rights in a very global context. So we are very happy, Michelle, that you are with us. The second speaker is Dr. Georgia Di Mari. I'm sorry. She represents the Migration and Security Politics Department of University of Crete. As you know, Greece is one of the leading countries in terms of being engaged in the Mediterranean Sea refugee crisis starting from 2014 and never stopped. So her research are very strongly related to these issues, to these aspects. She's a scholar on migration, securitization, desecuritization, and flexi-securitization. You didn't mention it when you introduced yourself, but I remember your paper about the need of balance between the needs of migrant refugee society, but also the local communities, especially the small ones, who are very often in also difficult situation, which was caused by the crisis. So it's very interesting from the Greek point of view, which connects both research, theoretical framework, and the practice related to the situation. Her research, Georgia's research, focus on migration, migration governance, and they zoom in on the ways migration and asylum are framed, governed, and contested, both in Greece and Eastern Mediterranean, but as well in a more wider European context. And her scholarship pays particular attention to the intersection of security, mobility, political culture, and public policy, while also examining the political and ethical challenges surrounding contemporary migration. Bridging academic research and policy analysis, her work engaged with questions of human rights, social inclusion, border governance, labor market, integration, and desecuritization strategies in migration policies. If I can have a personal note, we all remember how Huysmans at the end of the 20th century was predicting that the securitization of migration is just an easy case and it will be ongoing very easily. He was considering, which from our perspective, Eastern European perspective, the possible threat caused by the migration from East Europe, post-Soviet East Europe, to the Western European countries. We had completely different discussion when we have now. So this context is discussed widely for over 30 or even more years, and we still are so far from the securitization and at the beginning. So I'm also very eager to discuss it with you, with your research, and with colleagues. And the third speaker represents Istanbul University in Turkey, Professor Nunsar Ozgur Baklaçoğlu. Sorry if my pronunciation is not very Turkish, but I will learn better in a moment. Professor has graduated from International Relations Department at Istanbul University Faculty of Economics. She's migrant herself, as she introduces that, so that's why I use it in a moment, because that was one of the first sentences in the presentation which I read when Professor sent me her biography, her bio. She did master degree in political science from Central European University in Budapest and PhD in international relations. And her works mostly focus on critical migration studies, which we seek a lot in a moment, I think. And I'm also very curious about your critical approaches and what you present. But as well as the problem of migration or lesson learned from Turkish experience in terms of managing migration, integration, and return. I'm very happy that we have your voice here because what we miss in Europe very oftenly, that it's not Europe who has the biggest number of Syrian refugees. Yes, it's Turkey. And it's not so easy as we think from European perspective. They are all Muslims, so they can somehow live together. They are similar, yes. There are different problems, different strategies, different needs. There is also human rights aspect in that. So I'm more than happy to hear you presenting the Turkish experience and lesson learned from that, because this is what we are going to do here, to connect, to learn each other, to meet different perspectives, and to build something on it. So these are our keynote speakers, and in a minute we start the keynote session according to the agenda. But I would like also highlight a little bit of further parts of the conference, also for those who are online, so probably they are planning their activities, linking it to separate sections. So the first section is the keynote section, and I presented it a moment before. The first plenary section will be related to migration security nexus, and it will last from 2:30 up to 4 p.m. We had there a lot of interesting presentations and a lot of interesting researchers presenting, because some of them are migrant as well, and some of them are at the moment on the migration research all over the world, in Africa, in in Middle East. So they are very active on that field. And after that session, we will have the the second plenary session, of course, not the third one, which will be related to migration and labor market. And I'm very curious about the presentation prepared by our Q-Helix partner from Kyiv University about the loss, because we are here talking a lot about people who are coming, but they are coming from somewhere, and there is a loss for that country. So this perspective, thank you very much for being here and bringing this perspective to that event, because I found it crucial to see the both sides of it. So I'm more than happy that you are here. I'm happy that you had a safe trip to Poland. We know all that it's not an easy thing in those days. So we are more than happy to be here. And tomorrow, and then we have a dinner, and those who stay in a hotel, my women join for an official part, so it's still a networking time. And tomorrow we will start quite early at 9, because there is another event afternoon, so sorry, this is the logistic. I would be very sincere with you. So we started early in the morning with the session, which I also am very curious about, because this will be about human rights, integration, and intercultural dialogue. We did a lot of research on that area in different universities and in different non-academic institutions. There will be also practitioners among us who implement some projects with migrants. So it will also be the perspective to share with researchers. Is this what we research? has any connection with the practice. What are the needs of people who are coming? What is their perspective? What are the biggest problems in terms of implementing what we invent on the theoretical level? With also very interesting presentation of my Romanian colleague who has travel problems, but she finally is on her way to Dąbrowa, about the relation and the impact of new European legislation on human rights in terms of migrants and refugees. It's very important. We will be saying a lot about the paradigm shift. Michelle will, I know her, that, but also others, that this paradigm shift is strictly related with the law enforcement and law changes in the both national and international law and legislation in general. So this is also the impact which we should consider, because in most European countries, the migration policies are to be more and more strict those days. So I hope I deliver all the organizational and welcoming information. For online participants, if you have questions to either to keynotes or to any other participants of the conference, any other presenter, please write it on the chat of the YouTube transmission, because due to safety reasons, we do not allow people to join online and interact without control. We have very strict security policies in terms of digital transmission in Akademia, because we know that it may cause a lot of harm. So that's why, but if you want to join us online with questions, please feel free to ask them on the chat, and we will manage them and read them, and I'm pretty sure that presenters will be more than happy to answer them. So this is the mode for the online participation, and of course, if you want to join us in person today or tomorrow, you are more than happy to do this. We are very open. So this is all from the opening an introductory intersection of this conference. It's the first time, as we have 10 minutes to start the second point, but I think that we maybe can start a little earlier to let our keynotes have even more time. Please remember that we have a break after the keynote session, so it will also be the time for the discussion. So once again, you are very welcome, and let's start the first part of our international scientific event. I don't know, you keynotes, maybe you would like to sit here. What you prefer when listening, colleagues, because you can, it's up to you. Either you use this point, you can see presentation here, or you can just use the micro, sit or walk. It's up to you what you choose. The only requirement is to use the microphone due to the transmission, because people must hear you, but you are welcome to do it in a way you would like to do it. So Michelle, the floor is yours. Here.
So, good morning still, and thank you especially to my dear friend and colleague, Professor Paulina Polko, for the kind invitation to speak today, and of course the university for hosting us. It is a pleasure to be here and to contribute to this important conversation on security, mobility, governance, human rights, and the future of our societies. My reflections today draw on over 3 decades of research on refugee policies, integration practices, and the lived experiences of displaced populations. Particularly, I should add, in the context of Denmark, where myself and my family have lived for the last 12 years, but also across Europe and in parts of the Middle East. My starting point is simple. but deeply consequential. The right to asylum in Europe is not disappearing, but it is being fundamentally transformed. In this keynote, I will argue that contemporary migration governance has reconfigured asylum into something more conditional, more fragmented, and ultimately less protective. This transformation is unfolding through three interconnected shifts. The first is the securitization of migration. The second is the institutionalization of temporariness. And thirdly, what I refer to as the economization of integration, particularly through labor market participation, wherein integration is increasingly defined, measured, and governed in economic terms, especially employment, productivity, and fiscal contribution. Together, these shifts reshape not only policy frameworks, but also the everyday realities of refugees, producing a hyper-precarious condition, which I describe in my recently published book, and which I also describe as being simultaneously unwelcome and unprotected. So let me expand on these three interconnected shifts. So the first one I refer to as from protection to security. So the increasing prioritization of security discourses. Now, across Europe, migration governance has become deeply entangled with security concerns. Refugees are no longer framed primarily as individuals in need of protection, but as potential risks or threats or burdens to be managed. This shift is evident in tightened border controls, expanded surveillance, and restrictive asylum procedures. In Denmark, for example, policy developments over the past decade have explicitly linked asylum to deterrence. Measures such as reduced benefits, stricter family reunification rules, and symbolic acts, including the so-called jewelry law, are designed to signal hostility towards asylum seekers and all contribute to what might be called a politics of unwelcoming. But this is not unique to Denmark, which is itself modeled on the harsh Australian migration regime. Across Europe, we see a broader trend: the externalization of asylum processes, the normalization of temporary protection statuses, and the increasing use of legal and administrative tools to limit access to permanent protection. The result is a paradox. While the legal framework of asylum remains formally intact, its substance is being hollowed out. Protection is no longer unconditional. It is filtered through security logics that prioritize control of borders, control and protection of welfare states, control and protection of social cohesion, etc. All this is prioritized over the basic human right of care. So this leads me to the second shift, the rise of temporariness. Traditionally, asylum was understood as a pathway to durable protection, a chance to rebuild one's life in safety. Today, however, temporariness has become a central organizing principle. In Denmark, the introduction of temporary protection statuses, particularly I should add for Syrian refugees since the so-called migration crisis, illustrates this shift clearly. Protection is granted, but only provisionally, and with the explicit expectation that it can be withdrawn when conditions in the country of origin are deemed to have been improved. You are probably aware of the controversial report when Denmark deemed Damascus and the surrounding regions to be safe to return to. Now, this creates a state of prolonged uncertainty. refugees are asked to integrate, to learn the language, to find employment, to contribute to society, yet they do so under the constant threat that their status may be revoked. This tension undermines the very goal and the very goals of integration policies. Moreover, temporariness is not experienced equally. Vulnerable groups, including women, minors, and those with limited access to education or employment, often face compounded challenges. For them, uncertainty is not just a legal condition. It becomes an everyday lived reality that shapes decisions about work, education, family, and belonging. Which brings me to the third shift, the integration process as labor market participation. So this third shift is increasingly emphasizing labor market integration as the primary, sometimes the sole measure of successful integration. Across Europe, integration policies have become closely tied to economic participation. So refugees are expected to enter the labor market quickly, often regardless of their prior qualifications, their personal circumstances, or their psychological well-being. In countries like Denmark, there's no skills profiling of people arriving and seeking asylum. On the surface, this focus appears pragmatic and even beneficial. Employment can indeed facilitate inclusion, provide financial independence, and foster social connections. However, when labor market participation becomes a condition for protection, it fundamentally alters the nature of asylum. In Denmark, integration policies have increasingly linked rights and benefits to employment outcomes. This creates a system in which access to protection is contingent upon economic productivity. So this leaves me to ask a few important questions. What happens then to those who cannot meet these expectations? Women, for example, with caregiving responsibilities, individuals with multiple forms of trauma, minors transitioning into adulthood, or refugees facing structural discrimination in the labor market. They risk being left behind, rendered both unwelcome in discourse and unprotected in practice. Which brings me to the fourth shift, the fragmentation of rights and lived experiences. So, taken together, these shifts produce a clear fragmentation of rights. Refugees no longer experience protection as a stable and coherent status. Instead, they navigate the state's gaze as well as its maze, a patchwork of conditional entitlements, temporary residence permits, restricted access to family reunification, limited social benefits, and uncertain legal futures. This fragmentation has profound implications for social cohesion. When individuals are included only partially, when they are present but not fully recognized as members of society, it creates tensions not only for refugees, but for the broader community. Integration becomes less about mutual belonging and more about conditional acceptance. My research with Syrian refugees, both in Europe and in neighboring regions, highlights this dynamic vividly. Many describe a sense of being in limbo, their life suspended, in a constant state of what in anthropology is referred to as liminality, and they are expected to integrate but not to settle, encouraged to contribute but not to belong. So this condition of liminality is not accidental. It is produced and reproduced by policy choices. So how can we rethink the future of asylum? What does this mean for the future of asylum in Europe? First, we must recognize that the current trajectory risks undermining the very principles upon which the asylum system was built through the 1951 Convention. If protection becomes conditional, temporary, and economically contingent, it ceases to function as a safeguard for those in need. Second, we need to move beyond narrow matrix and metrics of integration. Employment is important, but it cannot be the sole measure of belonging. Integration must also encompass social, cultural, and political dimensions, and crucially, it must be grounded in rights rather than conditions. Third, we must confront the ethical implications of current policies. The question is not only whether these policies are effective, but whether they are just. What kind of societies are we building when we prioritize deterrence over protection, temporariness over stability, and productivity over dignity? So let me conclude. The reconfiguration of the right to asylum in Europe is not a distant or abstract process. It is unfolding here and now in policies, in institutions, and in everyday interactions. Refugees today are increasingly positioned in a space where they are both unwelcome and unprotected, subject to systems that demand integration while withholding the conditions necessary to achieve it. Yet this trajectory is not inevitable. Policies can be reimagined, frameworks can be reshaped, and the principles of protection, dignity, and solidarity can be reaffirmed. So, to conclude with a hopeful reflection, my hope is that the discussions like the ones we are going to be having and will continue to have today and tomorrow here in Poland can contribute to that process, to critically examine where we are and to envision where we might go instead. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Michelle. I take it as an introduction to the discussion about this paradigm shift which you presented, which has a multidimensional phase, because it's the legal system, it's the human approach, it's the political decision system, but also many others. So thank you very much for these reflections and for your lectures. And I'm more than happy to welcome Georgia. Georgia is going to speak about. Just a moment, sorry, I missed my proper card, about securitization of migration in Greece and Poland, with a comparative overview through the lens of political culture. So I'm very interested in what you think about Poland and what you found in your research related to Poland, because it's always good to have it from the other perspective, not only from the national one. So, Georgia, the floor is yours, and the presentation will be on in a minute.
Hello. Thank you very much for this kind and honorable invitation. Very happy to be here today with you, because other than meeting you all from all over the world, and Europe particularly, I'm very happy that we are going to have the chance to talk about not only securitization and migration and their interconnection, but after our presentations, I think that it will be a good chance to talk about how we can work on desecuritization aspects as well, because, as you know, a very underdeveloped issue, and I think that this is the proper forum to touch upon this issue. Thank you very much again. I will wait for my presentation. Okay, thank you. So today I'm going to talk to you about political culture, securitization, and differential reception, taking as case studies Poland, Greece, and I'm going to talk about overall the geopolitics of new migration routes. This is an ongoing research that is being conducted along with Professors Anna Chitowska-Kimla and Professor Piotr Kimla, who are both based at the Jagiellonian University. And it has quite been completed. It has not been published yet, but we are in the process of refining it. So any comments you have, observations are more than welcome. So, our research puzzle and the overall journey of this article started by posing a question. Why are some migrant groups normalized while others remain securitized within the same EU framework? So, as we all know, the war in Ukraine reshaped migration governance across Europe, and this invasion triggered a major reordering of reception practices and border management across the EU. So, the EU for the first time activated the temporary protection for displaced Ukrainians, and it was the first time, as I already told, that it implemented a collective emergency protection mechanism on a large scale. But at the same time, we had deterrence persisting at other borders. So, while Ukrainians were widely accommodated, coercive border practices continued for other migrant groups. So, the issue here is not whether a state is generally pro or anti-migrant. It is about differential reception within the same polity. The key question is thus why the same state treats different categories of moves through different logics. So, the core argument of this research is that political culture, or in Huysman's words, context, shapes which migrant groups can be normalized and which remain available for securitization. So here, political culture is not fixed and is not perceived as a fixed national character, and it should not be understood as a static or essential national trait. It is rather a repertoire of narratives, identity cues, and institutional expectations. So, political culture consists of historically sedimented meanings that can be activated in public discourse and policy. As such, elites draw on these repertoires in framing processes. So, political actors strategically use culturally available narratives to define migration in particular ways. Some flows are thus framed through solidarity and proximity and neighborhood. And certain groups are presented as threat, illegal, and devious. So, we see a paradox here, which we can trace in the same polity. So, why did we choose Poland and Greece? Because we have a most similar exposure in refugee shocks and divergent reception design. Both are EU member states at the front line of migration governance and occupy strategic positions in Europe's border and asylum architecture. They were both affected very much by the geopolitical shock of the Ukrainian war, and each country was exposed to the broader consequences of this war, even though in different ways. Yet, both operated under the same evolving EU legal framework. So, we have from the one side the Temporary Protection Directive and the Pact on Migration and Asylum, which formed a common institutional setting. What we see yet is that both countries displayed a different reception across migrant categories, building on different perception and readings of these two institutional frameworks. So, we deem that the cases offer strong analytical leverage for tracing how culture influences framing and policy implementation subsequently. As we know, there is a shared European context among Poland and Greece. On the 4th of March 2022, there was the activation of the Temporary Protection Directive, which created a common European legal basis for the protection of those fleeing Ukraine. And, of course, it created a legal fast track for Ukrainians. It enabled rapid access to status and basic entitlements without the delays of standard asylum procedures. On 14 May now 2024, there was the adoption of the Pact on Migration and Asylum, which is programmed to begins formally at June 2026. 7. I'm confused now. 6. Okay, I'm sorry. Then on 13 June 2025, we have the extension of the temporary protection until the 4th of March 2027. So this extension confirmed that the displacement at that point caused by the war would remain a medium-term governance issue. Despite that, if you heard the news, now the Poland government has issued a new measure that is going to suspend the measures for Ukraine refugees. So this alters the puzzle. It reshifts the order of things. So national political cultures, both in Poland and Greece, shaped the how of implementation pertaining to migrants policy and public adaptation. Even within a shared EU framework, we can see that member states retain room to interpret and operationalize policy differently. And this is something that in Greece, we see it that it plays commonly because we have our migration department of the government that chooses to implement several measures according to the wills of the political leadership. So, what does the article ask? The first question examines how culturally available narratives influence public and elite understandings of immigration. The second question asks how discourse is turned into concrete procedures, timelines, and institutional pathways. The third question explores why some normalizing practices endure while others remain fragile or reversible. And the fourth question considers the broader theoretical implications for comparative migration governance in Europe. So our theoretical starting point, of course, is the Copenhagen School of Securitization, but we expanded to include notions of differentiated governance. Because, as we all know, securitization is not only about speech acts. So, despite the fact that the article begins from the Copenhagen School, I'm sorry, but I don't see very well. That's why I'm not speaking so well. Despite the fact that the article begins from the Copenhagen School, it moves beyond a narrow focus on public declarations. Inclusionary and exclusionary practices can operate simultaneously within the same policy field. Maybe I should go from here. And a state may normalize one migrant group while securitizing another at the same time. This is very important. And this is what we actually wanted to see. This is precisely what both Poland and Greece reveal in the post-2022 period. And this, of course, requires a more practice-oriented account of securitization. So, in order to do this, we had to rethink political culture. So we took into account narrative families such as kinship, humanitarian obligation, Europe's border, threat, crisis. So this broad narrative cluster structure how migration can be publicly interpreted. We also used identity markers such as religion, memory, neighborliness, and deservingness. Because such markers shape which groups are perceived as familiar, legitimate, and worthy of protection. Then we saw institutional expectations, what counts as proper governance. And this is so because political culture also affects what kinds of responses appear sensible or legitimate to institutions and audiences. So these repertoires shape audience acceptance. So, in this sense, frames succeed when they resonate with culturally familiar assumptions and expectations. They condition whether securitizing or desecuritizing frames persist, and political culture, therefore, helps explain why some migration narratives endure while others fail. So the mechanism proposed in this research is to go from culture to differential reception. We see political culture repertoire. So the mechanism begins with the culturally available narratives and expectations within each polity. Then we proceed to elite framing, as political elites activate those repertoires to define particular flows as either manageable or threatening, then we see something very important in our view, which is the administrative tempos. This is the time to process, everything that has to do with administrative procedures for migrants and refugees. And then policy outcomes and public events feed back into future framing and institutional responses so that we also take a look at outcomes and feedback. So the mechanism clarifies how both normalization and deterrence and restriction policies can be nested within the same state at the same time. So we make 4 propositions or 4 hypotheses. The first one being resonance, which means that identity, proximity, or closeness increases acceptance of desecuritizing frames. The second is tempo, the time. Resonant frames accelerate documentation, work, and service access. The third one is feedback, whereby outcomes and crises feed back into future framing and policy. And we insert a 4 hypothesis or proposition, bridging, whereby flexicuritization makes security through rights politically credible. To do so, we use a comparative process tracing with mixed qualitative evidence. So we use comparative process tracing, frame analysis, policy document analysis, purposive media analysis, and the most important here is that we conducted interviews with the expert in both countries so as to have a more solid, evidence-based research, and which helps connect elite discourse with administrative practice on the ground. It was very difficult to be, just a note here, to obtain such interviews because most of the people were skeptical on the grounds of the interviews due to the fact that they were afraid of their personal data being disclosed, even though they were, of course, informed about GDPR processes. So how did we measure key concepts? As far as securitizing and desecuritizing frames are concerned, we saw solidarity, legality, inclusion, vs. crisis, illegality, and threat. So our study coded language that presents migration as either governable through law or as a security emergency. As far as reception is concerned, we saw time to registration, status, ID numbers, work access, and services. So reception here is understood not abstractly, but through measurable administrative pathways and access points. As far as tempos are concerned, we saw negative tempos, detention, screening, blocked access, and territorial restriction. And regarding feedback, we saw labor market incorporation, court rulings, oversight, and several scandals that pertain and have happened to both countries. So outcomes and accountability events are treated as part of the causal mechanism and not as external after effects. So let us proceed to some evidence now. The main pattern of Poland is a dual governance portfolio. So we have Poland developing a relatively fast and structured pathway for the legal and social incorporation of Ukrainians. But at the same time, we have coercive border measures persisting for non-Ukrainian arrivals. We had, of course, rapid codification of the parcel Ukrainian and labor market access. And at the same time, we had buffer zones and pushback practices persisting. The border space remained governed through emergency and security-oriented instruments, and overall, Poland shows a nested desecuritization and securitization, a desecuritization approach for Ukrainians and a securitization approach for other categories of migrants. So this case illustrates how inclusion and exclusion can coexist within one policy system, and this is very important. So why the inclusionary route was stronger for Ukrainians in Poland? The Special Act of the 12th March 2022 accelerated legal stay and entitlements. So this legislation actually institutionalized rapid access to status and core forms of support for Ukrainians. The parcel of Ukrainians linked status to healthcare, assistance, and work. The administrative bundle thus translated solidarity into practical rights and everyday governability. We also saw that local authorities, NGOs, and schools thickened the inclusion infrastructure. So inclusion was not only supported by central government, but also by local coordination and civic capacity. So this positive incorporation reinforced the public legitimacy. In addition, employment, education, and service access helped stabilize the inclusionary track politically. This was helped by the fact that refugees were estimated to contribute more or less 3% of GDP in 2024, and this macroeconomic feedback strengthened the case for continued normalization. So it would be very important to examine now why the Polish government inserted this measure that actually suspends the rights for Ukrainians. I would really like to investigate this more, and I would like to hear your opinions on that. So, what we see in Poland is that it is strong inside for its people, for who she considers proximate kinship, and hard at the ends for the others. The Belarus border remained framed through danger and smuggling. Buffer zone laws were repeatedly renewed in 2024 and 2025. Yet, the official publication of pushback data did not reverse deterrence, and it constrained legitimacy, but not the security repertoire. So, after all, the border securitization remained sticky and adaptive. So, the Polish case shows that desecuritization can deepen internally when it comes to people that are considered as neighbors, as politically, culturally neighbor to us, and exclusion persists at the frontier where other people, other categories of migrants come that are not perceived as ours or proximate. As far as Greece is concerned now, the main pattern is selective normalization and hardened border governance. We had similar results, but there is a slight difference, which is very important though. We had, of course, fast-track temporary protection for Ukrainians. Greece indeed introduced a more accelerated and facilitated pathway for those fleeing Ukraine. But we also had continued deterrence at sea and land borders for other mixed flows. And this is the case for Greece, as now securitization in Greece is institutionalized. So this is a classical pattern, I should say. So Ukrainians were framed as proximate war refugees, and this is so what played very much in Greece was the religion. Orthodox, we are Orthodox, so this played very much. And non-Ukrainian flows were more easily associated with irregularity and the need of control, which was something easy to play due to the fact that the securitization of migration in Greece is institutionalized. So political actors and security design actors can trigger a security fears by mentioning several words that tend to be bringing fears into the surface. So differential reception was both discursive and operational in Greece, and these distinctions were reflected not only in rhetoric but in concrete administrative outcomes. So we had administrative acceleration for one group and blockage for the others. The temporary protection enabled rapid status attribution, and Ukrainians benefited from faster access to legal recognition than other migrant groups. Do I have time still? Yeah. AFIMI and AMCA, which are respective PESEL in Greece, activation allowed quicker access to work and services, and linking status to tax and social security numbers reduced delays in everyday integration. Of course, in Greece as well, municipalities, NGOs, and local support, especially from Ukrainian associations that already existed in Greece, supported structures and helped all this implementation. Yet, what is very important here, and this is the difference with Poland, is that the support ecology was fragile and dependent on programs. We didn't have, and we don't have the same capacity as Poland to host and so many refugees and to reduce administrative tempos as well as Poland can do it. And this is a matter of structural problems in Greece that date from the older years. So inclusion in Greece as well remained more selective and reversible than in Poland. So the Greek normalization route was narrower and less institutionally consolidated. As far as the border securitization is concerned, I don't want to bother you with this slide. I think you all know about how Greece plays its policy regarding migration. What is very important is that what we see now is that our government, and especially the Minister of Migration and Asylum in Greece, has shifted paradigmatically his policy regarding migration, and he tends to use all the time the word crisis and emergency to pass new laws, to insert emergency measures, such as the one in July 2015-25, when Greece suspended registration of asylum claims for sea arrivals from North Africa in Crete. I am from Crete, so I witnessed it firsthand. And we have this thing going on with suspension of asylum applications all the time in Greece. It has become a normality, and this is very worrying. So we have, if we proceed to a cross-case comparison, we have the same mechanism in Poland and in Greece, but a different configuration of doing things. Both countries normalized Ukrainians and deterred other flows, and the broad pattern of differential reception is present in both cases. In addition, in both cases, reception was shaped by culturally resonant frames. Solidarity and proximity, neighborhoodness, facilitated inclusion, while threat and border danger justified exclusion. And in both cases, administrative tempos translated discourse into practice. So, in Poland, we have a thicker and more socially embedded inclusion infrastructure, and in Greece, we have but more fragile, selective, and crisis-prone normalization. So, what does this research aspire to contribute? This journey of this research actually began many years ago in an ECPR conference in Wrocław, where I had the honor to participate in a political culture panel. And there I realized that political culture and context is actually missing from securitization studies. Huysmans, for instance, has mentioned context in his studies, but he has not made it more specific. Context could be many things. Political context, geographical context, geopolitical context, economic context. So I really think that political culture is crucial in examining securitization procedures, because this is how we can end in making desecuritization strategies. And this is why I chose to focus on this aspect. So this article shows that political culture filters who is seen as governable through ordinary means, and differential reception is embedded in administrative tempos. So reception must be analyzed through the speed, sequencing, and accessibility of institutions. And in this context, the securitization is more sustainable when tied to security through rights. Moreover, rights-based governance becomes durable when it is framed as compatible with order and state capacity. And, of course, the same EU framework can host nested inclusionary and exclusionary regimes. And this makes our job more difficult when we study securitization. So the future of EU migration governance depends on whether legality, legitimacy, and implementation can be bridged more durably. And more sustainable governance will require, in our view, stronger links between lawful processing, political credibility, and administrative capacity. I went back. Thank you very much for your patience. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Georgia. We will have time for discussion because this is important not only to listen but to be in the communication. But I have two reflections after your presentation. The first one is the reference to good and bad migrant concept, I would say, yes, which is probably you are all very familiar with. So the view of good migrant is the one who is silent, who is thankful for everything, yeah, who can adapt, who is useful, so start working very quickly. And what if it's not possible to do any of that things or some of them altogether, then there is a problem, yeah. So I think this is something which people are not showing, responding to our service, to our in our research, but this good and bad migrant concept is very well seen in narratives. So I will be more than happy to discuss the Polish case because we have a shift in narrative. Yeah, this is what we observed, that in terms of Ukrainian refugees there is a shift. Which of course has different reasons related also to some far-right growth in Poland, but it resulted with the end of this special bill on assistance to Ukrainian refugees, which has been on for 3 years, and resulted in many other both legal and other consequences. So. Thank you. It was very interesting for me to see the Greek case, and to compare it, because apart from differences, the patterns are similar. Thank you very much. But we will have time for question and discussion, so please feel free to ask questions in a moment. But before we start the discussion, it's of course the third presentation and the third reflection and the third research and the third approach to the problem, to the topic of migration. And this is Professor Nursanos Gurbakla-Ciogu, better, which will deliver the lecture on managing migration, integration and return, lessons learned from Turkish experience. So, Professor, the floor is yours.
Hello. So nice to be. This is my first actually visit to Poland. So thank you very much for inviting me and meeting such great colleagues and learning a lot. So the first speaker, key speaker actually, Michelle, introduced the conceptual framework of my point of view and my overall approach to migration studies, because I'm doing migration studies since 1996. There was nobody talking about migration at that time because still Iraqi and Iranian people were moving as tourists crossing through Turkey as tourists with tourist visas, 3 days reservation to the Bulgarian and Romanian hotels at that time, and were being transferred through Iraqi and Iranian smugglers from Bulgaria and Romania to Germany and Europe. So nobody was aware about this wave, and they were granted usually refugee status based on the conflict in Iraq after the intervention of Bush, based on the conflict in Afghanistan after the, intervention of Bush, and lately after the Syrian refugee crisis actually in Turkey, people started to talk about migration, and nobody still realized that migration and refugees actually established the Turkish Republic. So we knew about this, but somewhere in the memory it was left. And still, after 15 years of Syrian experience with the Syrians, still nobody talks about what kind of culture of integration we have, what happened in the past, and why in the past the refugees and migrants were welcomed, why they were wanted, and why today they are not wanted, or why today Ukrainians are not spoken at all. Nobody talks about Ukrainians in Turkey. There is a kind of silence, and somehow they are accepted, while the whole public discourse, negative discourse, is against the Syrian refugees. Why the Syrians are unwanted? Because there was a kind of, there were interviews and questionnaires and studies done, and during those studies, about 73% of the Turkish public opinion expressed their negative approach to the Syrians' integration to the Turkish society. So they didn't believe that Syrians can be integrated to the Turkish society, despite the family networks, Islamic religion, the same religion that we share, the Ottoman culture, Ottoman past culture, geopolitical and territorial commonalities, and cross-border connectivity that has been developed through centuries. And during the 90s, actually, the Syrians and Turks across the Syrian-Turkish border used to visit each other during the Bayrams. So if we were back into 1990s, now Syrian and Turkish family were going to meet across the Turkish-Syrian border. And the Syrian-Turkish border was not going to be a beton border long, like 800 kilometers. So very long, one of the longest wall across the world now. But what's the Turkish memory? Why I'm coming back? Because Turkey was established, as I said, by refugees. Even Atatürk, he was a refugee, member of a migrant family from Macedonia and from Selanik or Thessaloniki, as it is the contemporary name of the city, grew up there. Actually, refugee movements to Turkey has a very long history and goes beyond the 15th century, when 250,000 Jewish refugees fled and played an important role in the economic development and modernization in the Ottoman Empire. Then we had, after the 1853, the Crimean War, we had influx of millions of refugees from Crimea, from Caucasus, and I will show you how they established the cities, actually. We have cities in Anatolia of those refugees. During the traumatizing Balkan conflict, the Balkan Wars, millions of Muslims had to flee from all over the Balkans and find refuge in Anatolia. And after the October Revolution, we had the arrival of the Belarusian refugees. And before this, you know about Polonezköy, I think. Those who came to Turkey, they probably know about the Cherry Festival, which is the only festival in Turkey, a happy and colorful and delicious festival. Polonezköy, a village established by Polish refugees. So in 1920s, about 50% of the 13 million population of the young republic was constituted of refugees. And St. Sophia, you happen to visit as a museum, and the Hippodrome in the front of St. Sophia used to be refugee camps, refugee spaces, where the refugees were, for example, Hagia Sophia or St. Sophia used to be a medical center for providing health services to women and children refugees. So Istanbul itself was a center of refuge. Fatih, one of the corners, was known with the reception centers, but at the same time social facility centers for the refugees. And Lalili Quarter, I don't know whether you have been there, but Lalili Quarter as the best commercial, the most important commercial quarter, producing like $9 billion per year every year, was also led and established by refugees. So this is, I don't want to talk about productivity, yes, this is something that we have to talk about and criticize, but at that time, during the first years of the Republic, until 1990s, the refugees in the Turkish political discourse at the parliament, etc., were approached as agents of development. It was told that with the arrival of the refugees, the productivity of the whole economic system and technology in the country is going to become more rentable and more effective. And also they were seen as agents of modernization and source of labor, something that is not foreign to you. And today, again, they are favored as cheap labor. And we are talking today about migrant slaves and ghettos of migrant slaves, depots of those slaves in Global South. And they were expected to build the economy of the young republic, and indeed they did it. There are many studies about about their contribution to the economic development of the country, so how they were settled and registered. The reception of those migrants became very fast, was introduced very fast through the settlement law of 1934 because of the emigration of a lot of Christian minorities, Greeks, Armenians, and Jewish people until the Second World War, until the end of the Second World War. There were a lot of land and properties left behind in Anatolia, and all the refugees who arrived to Anatolia were considered and categorized according to their skills. And based on their skills, they were provided land, agricultural support, technology, and sources to produce and to contribute to the economy. And then they were exempted from taxes and military service as well. And the most important approach at this time and the settlement law is that the refugees have to be settled by 10% per city in order to facilitate their integration into the society, because all the refugees were speaking different languages like Albanian, Macedonian, Bosnian, Bulgarian for the Pomaks, for example, some Greek and different Caucasian, some Russian languages, etc. So this is one of the examples. For example, this is the city of Eskişehir, and it is situated on the Phrygian Valley. The Phrygian Valley is famous with the Muhajir villages. So Muhajir means refugees in Ottoman and Turkish language. And this is only one of the cities on this Phrygian Valley. This is Eskişehir, and the pink color represents the Muhajirs from the Balkans, and the blue or turquoise carré signs represent the refugees from Crimean and Caucasian lands who actually established and built a city. And this is one of the most modern, young, because of the universities there, and modern city with a developed industry. So here you can see a kind of just summary of the whole waves of immigration that continued after the Stalinist time as well, because during the Stalinist reforms, Muslims and Turks from Bulgaria, from former Yugoslavian lands, found refuge in Anatolia, in Turkey. And following the Stalinist deportations and oppression, during the 1970s, the Soviet occupation of Afghanistan, invasion in Afghanistan, and followed by the the war in Iraq, later on the war in Chechnya, we had constant flux of refugees from those regions. Many of the Iranians who left Iran after 1979 transited through Turkey and were resettled to the US, since most of them were of Baha'i origin. But we have also a strong Iranian community that is still leading the commercial activities and mobility between Iran and Turkey. The turning point in Turkish migration and international protection policy is the Gulf War, because during the Gulf War, Turkey faced with one of the biggest and kind of for Turkey threatening waves when 500,000 Iraqis, or many of them of Kurdish origin, tried to enter the Turkish-Iraqi border, and Turkey was not prepared for this. Well, the solution was found at that time because there were also clashes between PKK and Turkish forces at that time. So it was an emergency situation in eastern Turkey. So, and Turkey didn't have any legal framework to manage with this flow. Most of those Iraqi refugees, they transited Turkey and they reached European countries and found asylum there as tourists. So this was one of the most human, actually, let's say human smuggling that happened at that time and saved their lives. But after 1993, Turkey started to prepare for an asylum law, for a law and legal framework to manage international protection and migration system in the country, because Turkey didn't have any until that time. After the 2003 Bush invasion on Iraq, Turkey was just going to face with another flow, and by 2005, Turkey launched a kind of process of harmonization, adaptation of the harmonization strategy document and enaction of the National Action Plan for harmonization of migration and border management with the EU standards and EU acquis. Actually, this is the beginning of the securitization of the border management in Turkey, and this is the beginning of the temporary protection policy, design of the temporary protection policy. So Turkey learned a lot from the Europeanization process. And when the Syrian refugees started to enter the country and their number increased by 2012, Turkey fastly prepared and accepted a rather European international protection and migration law of 2013. By 2022, the number of the Syrians reached like 3.7, 3.8, while according to some opinions, the number of the Syrians in Turkey actually reached 4 million. But, well, those are the Syrians who were registered in the Turkish system, migration system, and those were the Syrians who were provided an ID card beginning with number 99. Just to mention here, though majority of those migration flows were caused as a result of intervention, US Bush intervention at that time, US accepted the resettlement of only 7,000 Syrians to the US. So another important country that accepted was Germany. Germany accepted about 20,000 Syrians for a settlement, and the rest are small numbers. Canada is one of the traditional reception countries. So Turkey should somehow manage this mass influx. And after the experience of the Gulf crisis, Turkey actually had already a kind of security-based approach to the issue, and this security-based approach was actually had its roots in the geographical limitation that Turkey placed to 1950 Refugee Convention in 1967. So Turkey already was not granting and foreseeing refugee status for applicants coming from countries who are not members of the Council of Europe, or applicants who come from countries from the Global South. So that's why the status of the Syrians should be managed in accord with the European harmonization process and European acquis. And the status of temporary protection was granted to the Syrians instead of conditional refugees. Conditional refugees is another status which is granted to the asylum seekers who come again from countries that fall under the geographical limitation, but their files are proceeded for international protection status. Their asylums are accepted, asylum applications are accepted, but refugee status not granted yet. So we have like about 6,000-7,000 applicants per year, like asylum applicants whose cases are under consideration. What happened with the Syrians? At the beginning, they were placed in the camps, but and Turkey at the beginning followed a kind of open door policy. But after 2016, and there was also an EU-Turkish agreement at that time that you most of you probably know. Turkey ended the open door policy and began a kind of controlled door policy. So controlling and managing the border, but at the same time, migration in the country. After 2019, integration policy became important aspect of the Turkish migration management regime, and by 2024, voluntary return policies were launched. The most sensitive issues and debates about the Syrians in Turkey happen actually in the cities holding the highest number of Syrians, and those are the cities which are close to the Syrian-Turkish border, like Gaziantep and Urfa. But there is a difference because usually the intellectual Syrian refugees, most of the Syrian intellectuals, they gathered in Gaziantep. They invested there and settled in Gaziantep, while the Syrian refugees who settled in Urfa have a lower income and require more social assistance, and also many of them were facing disabilities and under the impact of the conflict in Syria. A high number of Syrians, about 500,000, 500,000, were registered in Istanbul, which also caused a problem and overload of in some of the districts in Istanbul, so that some of the Ukrainians, for example, when they arrived after 2022, they could not find a residence permit in Istanbul, and they have to search for residence permit in other cities, because this 10% rule always remained and existed in the mind of the Turkish government, and it was relevant for Istanbul as well. I had Ukrainian friends who could not find a place to register, and they had to go to the smaller cities in Anatolia in order to find cities where there were not so many refugees or immigrants, and to register their settlement there. But the problem is that if you want to have an access to the rights, to education, to health services, emergency health services, and employment, exemption from employment, in Turkey, the refugees have to keep in the cities of residence. So they cannot benefit from employment, health, and education services in other cities. So they have to stay in the cities where their residence permit is acquired. This leads to violation of their access to the human rights and the services, because some of them can find a job, for example, in South Turkey, where there is a tourism area, and many of the Syrians, they know French, English, especially the Syrians who come from Damascus are very well educated. But nevertheless, if they are registered, for example, in Adana, they have to look for employment, and they can benefit and have access to the health and education services only in Adana. Otherwise, in the other cities, they will be approached illegal if they leave their city of residence without permission, and this is a kind of imprisonment which limited their opportunities for finding alternatives to employment, their mobility, and in some cases they file irregular, and they could face with deportation as well, in violation of their residence stay. So just a short summary about the legal framework. Turkey actually at the beginning did, the Turkish government accepted the Syrians. This procedure was very fast. They were provided identity cards, and this was a very important development because I remember the years before 2011 when majority of the refugees from Africa, for example, from Iraq, in Iran, were actually irregular. They didn't have any status. They were not registered at all. So we have to acknowledge that providing identity cards through which they can have an access to the rights was a great innovation and development when we think about the 21st century Turkish migration policy, international protection policy. For the first time, Turkey established a kind of huge migration management system. I use concept of migration management, though I have a critical position toward this concept, but this is how Turkish system calls it, migration management. I'm more prone to use the concept of migration governance because I assume that migration governance concept may, though I have some reservations from the practice that I observe, may be more inclusive of the Syrian or refugee voices. Well, there are some limitations, I know, but inclusive to the Syrian refugees. So I don't know any case of migration governance that involves the voice of the refugees. That's why I cannot show an example for this. But in my mind, the ideal way is an inclusive governance that where refugees are decision makers themselves and who design the mode of their integration or social cohesion. I'm also very negative to the concept of integration, and in Turkey it was negated as well because integration is a kind of hierarchical concept and hierarchical process that expects the other to integrate to us. So the model of integration is usually designed by the majority, and the minority is expected to adopt to it and to get assimilated, while the social cohesion or harmonization, the concept that Turkey accepted in its discourse, and the Turkish perception was kind of more bilateral. So cohesion, living together, and it's like a coffee with sugar. So get together and live together. But I will come to that. I will give some details about this. But the most important development in Turkey is the establishment of 81 local migration management directorates. Until 2013, the Ministry of Interior was responsible for managing international protection and migration, which makes a lot of difference. So it makes a difference to go to the police office and to legalize your status, and it makes a difference to go to a civil body, civil institution, and try to legalize your status. But, well, there are a lot of nuances, and it could be debated further. So in Turkey, through EU funding and Europeanization, in Turkey we have today 32 removal centers with a capacity for 20,000 persons. And another aspect that I usually like to tell is that 11,400,000 Turkish citizens found an employment through this migration management system. So why I remind this? Because Turkey imported and learned from the European discourse a concept of social burden. And this is for the first time that Turkey started to frame the Syrian refugees and the public, especially the public and the opposition in Turkey, to frame the Syrian refugees as burden, social burden, financial burden, and also thieves of the employment in Turkey, and the impact of the economic crisis and political instability in Turkey was present. 11,000 migration NGOs. When I found this number, I was like, okay, 11,000 migration NGOs were established in a country that never talked about migrants before and refugees before. And we have plenty of, thanks God, we have plenty of Syrian NGOs that are doing great job. They established hubs. We have refugee women solidarity networks that are doing great job, and I think they are actually the main agents of living together, a concept that I prefer instead of integration and social cohesion. And I will tell details about this as well. So we had registered Syrians under temporary protection. What is temporary protection, you know? It's a status that can be ended up in seconds. So one public statement of the decision makers was sufficient to end the status. And this was a problem actually expressed by the Ukrainian as well. 70,000 Syrians, and most of those are business people, were registered and got residency permits, so they could buy houses, they could do business, etc. About 800,000 Syrians were born in Turkey in total, though majority talk about 1 million, and only 238,000 Syrians got citizenship. Half of those were babies, so a very, very small number got citizenship. We still don't know what is the criteria for citizenship. This is the network, just a kind of graph common for the NGOs and societal organizations that took place in this migration management issue. When we come to the employment, only 200,000 work permits were issued for 3.7 million Syrians, while the half of those 3.7 millions were actually at working age, and about 300 or 400 of them, 1,000 of them were below the age of 18. So we had a kind of problem with the child labor. The number of the Syrian students at the higher education reached the highest at 54,000, but since 2022, they are considered as international students, so they are not exempted from the tuition fees. So now we have important problem because students who cannot afford their tuition fees, they are returning back to Syria and they have to drop out from the higher education. And this creates another second loss of the future, loss of another generation and another hope. Only 10% of the Syrian students who finish higher schools have the opportunity to continue at the higher education level, which is also problematic. And as of 1st January 2026, Syrians have to pay for their health services. So until January 1, Syrians were not expected to pay for the health services at the public hospitals, and they were able to use free of charge health assistance. But now they have to pay it. So there are still apprehended refugees and asylum seekers. The Minister of Interior himself says that the deportation rate reached 71% in 2025. This is who are the deported. Majority are Afghanis. Then comes the Iraqi people, and then we have some Iranians and Syrians. So what happened with the what is the policy of social harmonization? Here you have the definition, and the main aspect of the definition is mutual harmonization, which was approached in a very positive way at the beginning by the Academia. Mutual harmonization also corresponds to living together. Political, economic, and social rights and obligations should empower immigrant self-reliance. What happened? Well, I will just tell you from where we ended up to what point. It was in 2019 when I was in Gaziantep, and we were talking with the students there, Syrian students there. We were leading a project about students with disabilities, Syrian students with disabilities. And I observed that many of the Syrian students, just because they don't know Turkish, but they know Arabic, but they were used to study engineering, physical sciences, or different faculties in Syria. Most of them, they were registered in the theology faculty, just on the fact that they know only Arabic, and to facilitate their integration and accreditation at the university. So this was very ridiculous at that time in 2019. So thanks God, later on, there was a huge development in the accreditation and transfer of their credentials to the Turkish universities. And a very significant number, we have to acknowledge this, a very significant number of the Syrian students could benefit from free of charge higher education, especially in Istanbul, at Or University, Istanbul University, the second university in the number of the Syrian students, and we still have 2,050 students, and Gaziantep University, as well as universities along the border, Syrian-Turkish border. So from this point, actually, we reached to a point that today, the number of the Syrian women students registered at the Turkish universities is almost more than half of the Syrian men students. And this is really great innovation. I will tell you why. Syrian women do not want to return back today. They don't want to return to Syria because they learned alternative way of living, and they learned and developed a kind of strategy of resilience, self-resilience, independent resilience. And this is probably the most intriguing aspect of the Syrian refugee crisis, and I'm inside of it because since 2013 we are working with the Syrian women, and I have Syrian women students which are great, and I love working with them, very creative and very brave. So probably the most successful, call it integration or call it social cohesion or harmonization, everybody has different conceptions, but the most successful, how to say, accommodation or survival or realization, self-realization, was performed by the Syrian refugee women. They got education, they form now refugee women networks. We have a very powerful and active women refugee solidarity networks as well. And they did a lot of self-reliance projects and connected with other Syrian refugee networks abroad in other countries. We wrote about this in an article published in Finland about the resilience policies and strategies of Syrian women. Well, what kind of integration policy Turkey implemented? The first shift happened in 2019, and it was a bit traumatizing for Syrian children because at the beginning we had Syrian temporary education centers. What does it mean? Education was in Syrian, and the Syrian students had an opportunity to learn Turkish. In 2019, the Turkish government decided that this system will not work and they have to be transferred to the Turkish public schools. And after 2019, Syrian students found themselves placed in the Turkish public schools without knowing Turkish. This was a very traumatizing process for this generation, but they succeed. And they learned Turkish to such an extent that today they don't want to go back to Syria because they don't know Syria. They don't know what is Syria. They don't have any idea about Syrian identity because the parents are working and they spend all the day with the Turkish students at the school. And now, when they find themselves in Syria, they undergo identity dislocation. So they undergo psychological trauma, and there are a lot of Syrian children like this, youth, especially youngsters, like 18 years old, 17 years old, who live without talking with anybody in Syria. I know this because I have students who are constantly going to Damascus and doing fieldwork and talking with these youngsters. And this is unfortunately one of the most important problems now, because those children want to return back, but when their fathers and their families were living and returning back to Turkey, their ID and statuses were eliminated and closed. So they don't have a right to return back to Turkey for 5 years. So the return policy and the return itself, on one point, provided opportunity for the Syrians who emigrated from the border region, from the Halep region, from the agricultural region, to return back and to launch their agricultural business and to return to their homes. But 81% of the homes in Syria are ruined, so they don't exist. So those people have to build again new lives after 15 years or 10 years. Returning back to Turkey. So this was very traumatizing, but on the other hand, the NGOs especially provided a lot of opportunities for learning Turkish language, and especially the Syrian women learned Turkish and left private space into the public space. So the entrance of the Syrian women in the public space was important, very, very important and valuable development, because when we visited the Syrian women in 2013, they never saw Istanbul. They were saying, okay, Istanbul is a city that resembles Damascus, but we never seen it. So they knew only their houses and the closest shop to their house. So they were closed in the private space, and they were afraid to go out because they didn't know the language. But later on, they started to work. Well, this was a social exploitation because they were not working legally, and they were not registered usually by the companies. So this is another issue actually of employment, because providing employment opportunity doesn't necessarily mean that the refugees and migrants will have dignified and legal access to employment and social rights and health security, retirement security. We cannot talk about this because they were usually employed in the black market or irregular economic space, usually in the textile sector or agriculture. And the cleaning, low-skill sectors and economic centers. So harmonization and communication projects, I didn't understand anything of this, so I cannot talk about this. I don't know what is it. But Academia and the decision makers were coming together in meetings and workshops to talk about what is harmonization. Residents confined access to the rights was a problem, and it is still. And another thing that we learned, because 73% of the Syrian refugees in Turkey consisted of women and children, we have learned that we also have to challenge the concept of vulnerability. Because the concept of vulnerability, being vulnerable, being subject to the social and humanitarian aid, which is usually very closely connected with religious identity and leads to discrimination or works through discrimination practices, we have to also focus on and avoid using this concept of vulnerability, because it provides a basis for discrimination, and usually gender-based discrimination. So this is a concept that we have to also critically challenge and work on it. Humanitarian aid is not always just and is not always based on the rights-based perspective. Instead, I have studies about this. It's often is constructed in hierarchical positioning and marginalization, especially of women and children. Okay, so this is just the detailed data for those who are interested. You can just take a screenshot, but this is just to show how the number of the refugee women students and the women refugees' involvement in the education in Turkey increased. to that extent that we did a field work with the Afghani woman, with one of my students, and most of the Afghani women in Istanbul, they have few master degrees and are following PhD degrees. So journalists, poets, writers, academics. By the way, I have to mention that, and I'm very sorry for this, but Turkey was a transit point for 1,000 Syrian academics. And unfortunately, we have about 100 and something private universities. So leave away the public universities, but none of those universities, private universities, employed a single Syrian academic. So we just lost them, and they just transited and tried to probably search for asylum or dignity in Europe, or just died in the Aegean and Mediterranean Sea. But this is very hopeful, and I really value this, that the Syrian women who used to spend their life in the private space, now they claim education, they want education, they divorce their husbands. So we have so many cases of this, and we are so happy of this, because their husbands, they want to return back. Their husbands want, but this is a case, you know. This is emancipation. They don't want to return back because they found alternative way of living, which gives them freedom. They work themselves, they make money, and they want their daughters to be educated, and they want a better life for their wives. So we have, for the daughters, so we have such cases. They divorce, they remain with their daughters in Turkey, and their husbands leave for Syria. We have Ukrainian women also. Out of 658 Ukrainian students, 405 are women, which is also very hopeful. And Iranian women, the number of Iranian women increased, especially after the political pressures and gender-based violence in Iran. The most negative factor that had a very negative impact on the policy in Turkey, on the integration, and especially on the perception of the refugees was all this cost haggling by the decision makers, by the authorities. And this cost haggling actually happened between EU and Turkey. So the dimension and the context was completely different, but it had domestic impact on the Turkish opinion. Because talking about the money spent about the refugees is constructs the refugees themselves as social burden, as financial deficit, as a financial problem on the already problematic Turkish economy. And all those debates about the EU funding, 3 billion euros are coming or going, 3 billion euros will come or not after the 2016 agreement 1-to-1 exchange and return procedure. All these actually constructed Syrian refugees as needs, as consumers, as people who betray the Turkish public development and public order and security, and kind of led to the securitization of their image and across the Turkish population. And when we came to 2021, the Syrians were approached and also instrumentalized in domestic politics, in the discourses before the elections. They were instrumentalized through the opponent parties as well, through different strata of the society, and especially among the opposition parties and the Turkish public, they say that, okay, 78% say that they cannot be integrated, though Syrians who got Turkish citizenship, they changed their names with Turkish names. They were speaking fluent Turkish, so I have a lot of students who you cannot recognize that they are Syrians at all. And they started to hidden their Syrian identity. So this was another problem, actually, which is going on. And now there is a confusion among the Syrian youth about who we are and where we belong as well. 1.3 million returnees, well, volunteers or not, but the municipalities provided them, facilitated their return, provided them financial help and assistance to return back, and buses were provided, transportation, etc. So about 31% of the returnees are children. And due to insecurity, and because they return to the villages where there are no schooling or where they don't have even houses, about 31% of the children, returnee children, are left out of education and dignified health services. And they cannot return back to Turkey, or some of them return, but through smugglers. And smuggling across securitized Turkish-Syrian border costs 2,000 euros per person, which is very expensive. It's impossible. And people don't have another money to pay for this. So 2,000 euros to cross from a tunnel, which is tunnels which are led by militarized groups on the Syrian-Turkish border. And this is dangerous as well, and open to the gender-based violence. So what can be done? Nowadays, the main discourse among the Syrians and Syrian intellectuals in Turkey is about how we can save this second lost generation, because we had one lost generation at the beginning of the crisis, but now we have another second lost generation in Syria, and what can be done for those kids. By the way, there are about 22,000 Syrian companies established in Turkey, and they employ about 150,000 workers with Turkish citizenship, majority of them. And all those companies are at the same time debating and talking about political representation as the only way to change politics and to improve the situation. They are also thinking about and considering about the problems related with the return. Okay, I'm just stopping here, and I will say external intervention and domestic conflicts have to end. We have the same case now with Iran. Preemptive conflict management mechanisms can be implemented and developed. I trust because NATO is a defense alliance. It's not an alliance to attack. But we have a lot of international structures that can change their point of view and look to the world through the eyes of the refugees and human rights, through the language of the human rights. The second, securitization and vulnerability have to be changed with inclusive, migrant-led resilience policies and perspective and language. Humanitarian aid, instead of using the concept of humanitarian aid, we have to talk about investments for rights, access to the rights, more employment for those people, because yes, I'm critical of this productivity notion, but still I observed that investment in employment facilitates the integration or the cohesion, the social cohesion of the migrants as well, because they are consumers at the same time. They have to find money and to build their own self-reliant life. And employment is very important on this stage, especially legal employment. Not irregular, illegal, but legal employment is very important. Rights-based approach, unfortunately, we don't have it anywhere anymore. It's all about humanitarian economy, humanitarian aid sector. Gender-based vulnerability have to be exchanged with self-reliance, emancipation of the woman, and promotion of their access to education through tuition waivers, scholarships, and student residency. And we have to cope with the gender-based vulnerability on the borders, on the securitizing borders, on the smart borders, but at the same time at the black market where they are exploited. Work permit exemption is important for the refugees, but it doesn't mean that it leads to legal employment. Controlling the black market, and providing more legal employment opportunity, and considering it is also important, but this is also debatable. And coping child labor, 35% of the children could not have access to the education because of the economic problems and because they had to work to help their families. Agents of economic, in the case of Turkey, nobody wanted to see that the Syrians are actually agents of economic contribution, so they are contributing and they are producing. So I am critical of this perspective, to approach them as producers, as consumers, and this business-centered approach, but still, in the case of Turkey, constructing them as a social burden, marginalizing them, seeing them as just the thieves of the employment of the youth in Turkey led to really a lot of xenophobia, discrimination, and hate speech on the social media and among the society, Turkish society. And believe me, it is still very hard to change this negative approach to the Syrians. Whenever I go to the meetings with the municipality representatives or just students, I try to convince them that Syrians are not burdened, that we are lucky that we had such people with so many skills and languages who connected the Turkish market to the whole Gulf market. So they have academics, they have educated and well-educated people, and even if they are not educated, the crime rate among the Syrians, the official crime rate, is only 1%. So I find myself in confusion, sorry for this, but when I try to construct a more positive image of the Syrians just to soften this conflict and their marginalization on the weight of the Turks, I fall in the situation of talking about their productivity. They should be welcomed just because they are human beings in search for safety and dignity, as it is written in the Article 1 of the Refugee Convention. The rights-based approach should be so simply stated, but as academics, we somehow found ourselves talking about and trying to convince the public that, okay, they're not social burden, but who invented this concept of social burden? So how we learned about this? So this concept have to be cleaned away from the minds of European leaders and Turkey as well. And populist politics, disinformation, misinformation, it's another subject, but there are a lot of studies about this. So those who are interested, you can find them on the internet, because it is another danger, another wall, glass wall, that we also have to cope with. Misinformation, disinformation in relation to the refugees, another field to study. Thank you. It took me a long time. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nursan. Yes, we are running out of time because the lunch is waiting. However, there are some voices in the discussion. I see one. So please, Professor, maybe I will provide the micro due to transmission.
I have two questions, actually. Hi. Thank you all three for fascinating presentations. I'm Ewa Ślązak-Balowska, Krakow University of Economics. I have a question for Nursan and I have a question for Georgia. For Nursan, thank you for presenting the complexity of the situation in Turkey, which I think most of us are not aware, even if we've been the visitors to Turkey, and we've learned a bit. Based on everything that you presented, I'm very curious if you could share your experience and your findings and suggest what solutions should not be used by our policymakers to avoid certain problems that actually you are facing. Yes, perhaps one or two, any sort of ideas. And the question for Georgia, I'm very curious, how did you construct this repertoire of this political culture? And then when you formulated your, this is a methodological question, when you formulated your hypothesis, how did you test them? Yes, did you use any indicators? What kind of data did you use to verify those hypotheses? Thank you.
Actually, I mentioned about the solutions. First, migration and migrants and refugees should not be instrumentalized in the domestic politics or in the political debates. In Turkey, it was very present before the elections, after the elections, all the debates about the citizenship, debates about the economic crisis, etc. So the political leaders and decision makers and the public representatives have to be actually careful about this. I don't know how we can reach it, probably by providing education to those people. And the second, rights-based approach. Unfortunately, we have a crisis in this aspect, in human rights. This concept of human rights is being more and more demolished by through the rise of the populist debates, populist politics, and authoritarian regimes all around the region and the global south, even in Europe, we have such trends. And to provide more space for mobility, so to shift this residence permit limitation. So the refugees and migrants should have more freedom for to go to the cities and centers where they can find jobs or education opportunities for further education. So I'm talking about the Turkish case. So yeah, and I think this humanitarian or needs-based approach have to be overcome as well. It has to be changed because it's another space for exploitation and discrimination based on identity and gender.
Do you think it's possible to, is it feasible that we manage to do that?
Unfortunately, with this smart borders, smart politics, smart, everything is very smart but not human and human rights based, unfortunately. But I hope, still hope, let's hope. And there is a huge improvement in the Turkish case. So I try to present you the improvements when compared to the past. But who knows, probably refugees and migrants can find more place in the parliaments. So probably the struggle should be for their political representation all over Europe as well, and all over the countries, host countries and transit countries. So I think this might be a hope. Thank you for the question, but it's a hard question.
Hello, thank you for your question. Actually, this idea of political culture and interaction with securitization theory, it's something that I have been working on for many years, ever since 2020, if I'm not wrong. So this has been evolving. The propositions came out after many years of research. It was not that first I made the propositions and then I made the article. So yeah, the pretext for this article was that I saw a difference between the handling of Ukrainians and other migrant categories in Greece, and this really struck me very hard. And there was a huge debate in Greece and overall Europe at that particular time. So I wanted to see why. It's obvious for some people, but it's not that obvious after all. So we don't have any indicators to test. What we did though was to have chain methodology. So we could examine. We did discourse analysis to many documents, immediate discourse analysis, frame analysis, and then our indicator was the interviews, actually. We wanted to see whether the interviews we took could confirm what we had found. And that's why we wanted to have the interviews, so that we could give a solid base to our research. I don't know if I have answered your.
Thank you, thank you. So the questions goes to the informal part. Yes, at the moment, if or anybody want to ask a question here. Okay, so my dear colleagues, there is a lunch break. It's just outside. Everything is ready. As Evelina sent me a photo that it is ready. So with a short notice, please come. So we have an hour break. So please enjoy the lunch. And of course, we are more than happy to discuss it while eating and enjoying the time. Afternoon, thank you. After the break, I hope you enjoyed the lunch and the discussions during the lunch. I saw that you were very active in that, so I hope that you find new academic colleagues and you sign new academic networks for your research. We will start now the first plenary session related to migration security nexus as scheduled. There is a 6 panelists here. 3 presentations are online, so I hope that technical aspects will not stop us in that panel, in that session. We will discuss different aspects of this relation of migration and security, starting from the general remarks to climate migration, human trafficking, human rights and dilemma of repatriation, the context of cognitive warfare, and the remarks from my colleague Carol related to migration from Africa to Poland in different perspectives. He is in Africa now, so he will be connecting with us from there. I would like to start with some introductory remarks which are based on my research on securitization, which I conduct over 15 years here in WSB University and also previously in other institutions. What's happened? Thank you. I'm computer illiterate. I should admit it, sorry. So, first the context. There was a lot about it in our keynotes speeches, so I just make it in a bullet form where we are. When I mean we, I have this European perspective, which is not a global one, but as Europe is one of the main destinations, still we should consider this perspective as one of dominant in terms of practice. So in general, starting also from the national and international level, we observe some shifts in the paradigm. So first of all, there is now definitely the primary of national security perspective over the human security one. So if we are to choose which security we are to protect first, it will be the national one. Secondary, it comes with some practical input that instead of issuing permanent residence to those who arrived, we are rather to offer them only temporary residence. So just stay for a period of time, which we consider as the right one, and then if circumstances will change, it will be easy just to make people go. It's a limitation perspective, which is also implemented nowadays very strongly in a contrary to openness. So no welcome in Europe, rather consider if you really want to go to any European countries. Then there is also a perspective of what I call a good migrant profile. So this is the perspective of labor market needs. If we need some groups for a European labor markets, then they are good migrants. So we are open to invite them. But if it's just an asylum applications in Europe, both on the national and the institutional level, still it is very often that it's rather to limit the asylum. Now in Poland, we have the suspend of the right to apply to asylum on eastern border. So those who cross to Poland from Belarus are not able to apply for asylum. As we did it as the same as Finland, for example, as other countries in Europe. And although it's criticized on the European level and there are reports about it, still it is on. It's almost a year when this bill or this suspend is active, and it is. So it is implemented. So instead of welcoming in Europe, we are rather to say, if you should migrate, please consider the third country, like Albania. Yeah, Italian case with the refugee camps in Albania is one of the most popular, I guess, but this is the trend. This is the way how Europe think about solving the problem of migration. At the same time, Schengen is no more as open as it should be according to the idea of free movement of people. That was the idea of Schengen. It is rather to re-establish national borders, to come back to temporary border controls. We have it, for example, on the Polish-German border, so on the western border of Poland. That because of the migration of the migrant movements through Poland to Germany, first Germany re-established the border controls, and then Poland, as a response, established it to those who are coming back through Poland, not to let them in. So at the moment, we have two very strongly controlled borders, although in different legal circumstances. So finally, we also lost the hope that it is possible to find a European solution, and the countries started to implement the national ones, which are focused on national migration policies. In Poland, we have the relatively new migration policy from the end of 2024, and it is the strictest migration policy we've ever had. If you ask me if it was the far right or right government to introduce it, no, it was the central liberal government which introduced it. This is also quite typical for many European countries, that migration is no longer, or the approach to migration is no longer connected with left and right divisions. It is securitized, although on different levels, by all parties. In Poland, that's the case. So this is the situation in which we are, but we are researchers, so we are searching for frames and theories and approaches in which we can put our research and our plans. As you know, in international relations, we have those two classical approaches, strategic approach and human security approach. And in both, what's interesting, in both, migration is framed as a conflict of two securities. So this is the framing which inform that you should choose between the security of the nation state, or the citizens of that place, and the security of those who are to come, who want to come. So by this clash and by this frame, this conflicting frame, it is built the view, very popular and used by populists all over the political scene, both from right and left, that there is a process of a conflict, that there is not possible to use both perspectives because they are in the contrary. So you should answer the question whose security is more important, and of course any politician will say that the security of the citizens. So the national perspective is winning. But the questions which I work mostly in my research and I try to answer is to what extent can migration be perceived as a security issue? This is a very old question. Yes, because in the 90s, in the 80s, Huysmans was one of the first who started to answer this, how to measure securitization, yes, how far it can go. Is it just or unjust, as Rita Floyd proposed in her framework? So this is my main question, yes? How far we can go with that? Is it justified or not? The second is very practical. What exact kind of insecurities does exactly migration raise? For whom or to what? Because one of the most popular stereotype related to migration is that it is responsible for the higher crime rates in the national states. We all know from the research that it's not true. Even on the second and the third generation of migrants, those statistics, those rates, are still lower, all at the same level as the national ones, which means that it's not bringing any bigger threat. Yeah, it's not true. But when you open television or a newspaper, you will read a lot about it. Of course, there is a problem with some criminal activities, mostly with organized crimes. By the way, we have it starting from the US research related on American-Mexican border. The bigger the fence is, the stronger the rules are, we have more organized crime there because it's more complicated to cross the border. So the organized crime groups find the gap for their activity. And we observe in Poland Georgian, Balkani mafias who are playing a role in that system because it gives money. Nurcan was talking about money in case of Syrian coming to Turkey. They are similar in Europe or even higher, depends on the road. So this is it. It is not stopping migration, but it's only making it more difficult, more expensive, and more dangerous for people on the move. But it is. So the third question which are deal with in my research is related with the question, is the migration possible to be perceived as a source of security? And then, for whom and what type of securities? And finally, what we can do as researchers to build a comprehensive and sustainable approach to studying migration security nexus with implemented different perspectives, not only these old ones. So what I propose in my research is, of course, 3 levels of analysis. This is these are the levels which I indicated as being present in a research, and I try to somehow puzzle it. Yes, so the most popular is that migration is a threat, and we all know what types of threats are related. The second, which is not as popular in the security studies, is about migration as a referent object under threat. So this is everything which touch the security of people on the move. This is what we very rarely discuss in security studies, that this is also insecurity. So this is also a security issue. Are those people affected by dangers? And the third area, which is also poorly recognized in security studies, this is the migration as a security resource. So these three areas I perceived as main domains, important, and to be developed to show all the aspects of the phenomena in security studies. Yes, this is not a sociological perspective, this is not the psychological one, anthropologist one, and so on. I try to categorize types of sub-areas to research and sub-areas to recognize in those three main formations. So first is, of course, the most recognized in security studies now. So migration is a threat to international security because it contributes to interstate conflicts, ethnic conflicts, and so on. It also threatens the national security of the destination countries. But what I propose as another thing is a second point, also to recognize the migration as a threat to the country of origin. We have very few research in security studies how emigration affects security. Even in Poland, who was for all the history of that country, the country of emigrants. We are net migration country for 10 years, so it's nothing comparing to the history. Still, this is very poorly recognized. In the second group, in the second formation, migration as a referent object under the threat, I indicated also three areas. So physical danger related to human trafficking, prostitution, the forced prostitution, exploitation, and other dangers during the travel. The loss of identity, very important, and not perceived from the perspective of security studies. And all the insecurities related to living in a destination country, related to poverty, to racism, to different threats. And finally, if we accept that migration might be also a security resource, of course, the most evident case is the labor market needs and filling the demographic gap in European states. But it's also migrants are also parts of the security systems of the countries, the destination countries. In Europe, it's difficult, but in UK, when you don't have to have a nationality to be a policeman, people are very active in that area. In US, being a soldier is the easiest way to get American citizenship, and the very important area is that. If you escape from the dangerous localization, both in the country of origin or in any transit country, any other place, it also builds security. So what my research are focused on, and what I would like to leave you with as a topics to discussion is the first one is are we able to catalog the threats, so to count it? Are they really so dangerous as it is presented? This is our fault as researchers, that we don't count it. Yes, that we only count crimes. And we show it in many research that it's not as it is in a public opinion view, but still we should count it and prove how it is in real. Secondly, it's important to come back to human rights perspective and personal perspective from the migrant perspective. That's the case. We lost it. And we lost it also in research in security studies, that we do not recognize this, as it does not exist. If we are not doing this, then we will not be able to discuss with the stereotypes, with racism, with prejudice. And the third thing, which is also very important, it is related to the country, to the destination country and the nation in that country, societies in that countries. It is also important to recognize real needs and real approaches of the societies. It's not enough to say it's racist when you just say that somebody is bad because he is other. Yeah. If we will dig into the roots of that, research that, show it, and propose some solutions, then we can make it better. Yes, we can change the situation. So researchers are responsible for many things, and the way how we research is important to show the real migration security nexus perspective. We can discuss about migration through security lens, but please be honest. Please do all the research. Yes, so I'm more than open for cooperation in different areas because I found it crucial, and I will share the presentation with you as well via email. I've published two pieces about it. One is more related to that my contemporary presentation. The second one is related about the differences in securitization of different types of migrants from Ukraine, from many countries in Poland. It was in the journal special issue edited by Georgia. So both are in open access. So please so you are free to read, share, comment. I will be more than happy to do this. So at the moment, I would like to leave you with this. My initial remarks, they are rather thoughts. It's not a research presented. It's rather about how researching migration, because we have an online participant, Dr. Blanka Dżugaj, with climate migration in South Asia, adaptation and compulsion. So the floor will be hers in a minute. But I'm more than happy to discuss it with you later during the evening or tomorrow. So thank you very much. And we have a connection. So Blanka, the floor is yours. You are welcome in WSB University in Dąbrowa Górnicza.
Thank you so much. Hello, everyone, my dear colleagues. Yes, my topic is climate migration in South Asia between adaptation and compulsion. So maybe it's obvious, but I have to say it. Climate change is increasingly recognized not only as an environmental and economic issue, but also as a social and political phenomenon shaping the pattern of human mobility. So over two past decades, scholars have increasingly emphasized the relationship between environmental change and migration. However, migration is very rarely driven by environmental factors alone. So instead, it typically results from the interaction of multiple drivers, including economic conditions, demographic pressures, governance structures, and of course, social networks. So similarly, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC, highlights human mobility as one of the key social response to climate change, alongside in-situ adaptation and displacement. And I want to focus on these two main responses today. one of the regions where most vulnerable and where these dynamics are particularly visible is South Asia. I mean, such countries as India, Bangladesh, Nepal, Pakistan, where environmental change intersects with high population density, socioeconomic inequality, and rapid urbanization. In this presentation, I argue that climate-related migration in South Asia lies at the intersection of two dynamics, adaptation and compulsion. Mobility can function both as a proactive strategy of adjustment to environmental change and as a last resort when livelihood collapse. A World Bank report, I mean country and climate development report for Bangladesh, it was published in December 2022. It indicates that without urgent action, including further adaptation measures and measures to increase resilience to climate change, the Bangladesh's development potential may be at risk, a very big risk. The document states that cyclones cost Bangladesh approximately $1 billion annually, $1 billion annually. By 2050, 1/3 of agriculture GDP of Bangladesh could be lost, and 13 million people could become internal climate migrants. In the event of a major flood, GDP could decline by up to a further 9%. It's a lot. And of course, it's obvious that cyclones and monsoons are not uncommon in this region of the world, but their increasing strength a result of ocean warming is surprising and dangerous. So let's focus on South Asia as a climate migration hotspot, because the region faces increasing exposure to extreme weather events such as cyclones, floods, droughts, and heat waves like summer last year. And particularly vulnerable are low-lying delta regions. I mean the Ganges, Brahmaputra, and Meghna Delta, where rising sea levels and coastal erosion threaten densely populated areas. However, the vulnerability is not determined by environmental exposure alone. It results from the interaction of exposure, sensitivity, and adaptive capacity. So in South Asia, population density is very high. We know it. Many livelihoods depend on climate-sensitive areas, sectors like agriculture, of course. I mean, for example, rice crops, maize crops, etc., etc. And large segments of population remain, economically economically vulnerable. So as a consequence, environmental changes frequently influence migration decisions and producing both temporary, seasonal and permanent mobility patterns. Let's focus on migration as a strategy of adaptation. A growing body of literature conceptualizes migration as a potential adaptation strategy. Many scholars argue that migration can be understood as one of several household strategies for managing in environmental stress, environmental changes, climate change. Rather than representing failure to adapt, migration may allow households to diversify income sources and reduce vulnerability. For example, during the summer in Nepal, many agricultural workers are traveling to big cities, and they work, for example, in factories. It's a kind of temporary migration. And in many parts of South Asia, this is the one of the most important household strategies. When environmental conditions deteriorate, for example, due to irregular monsoons or drought, like 3 years ago in Pakistan, household members often engage in seasonal migration to urban or industrial areas. For example, in West Bengal in India, it will be Kolkata or New Delhi. In Bangladesh, of course, Dhaka or Chittagong. Yes, so such migrations allows households to, first of all, diversify income sources and send money to family members remaining in rural areas and reduce pressure on local resources. In this sense, mobility can enhance community resilience to climate change. Examples include rural households in northern India and Nepal, like I said. In Nepal, is a specific problem. So indigenous populations are shrinking as a result of migration. Of course, permanent migration, not temporary. In many villages in Nepal, the population has declined by as much as 40%. 40%. It is estimated that the loss of glaciers could lead to severe water shortage in the future for the 2,050 million people living in the Hindu Kush area in Himalayas, affecting another 1 billion people in the basin. So now I want to tell you about migration as a compulsion, because at the same time migration may take the form of forced mobility, not the strategy of survival, but forced mobility. The environmental migration literature frequently distinguish between adaptive mobility and displacement resulting from environmental shocks. A well-known example is, of course, Bangladesh, where sea level rise, coastal erosion, and increasingly powerful cyclones lead to the destruction of homes, farmland, and infrastructure. And epidemic, for example, dengue epidemic in Bangladesh. And like I said, in such situation, people often migrate not out of choice, but out of necessity to the large cities such as Dhaka and Chittagong, where they frequently settle in rapidly expanding informal settlements. Migration thus becomes a strategy of survival rather than adaptation, but it's forced. So furthermore, as emphasized in the Foresight report, the populations most vulnerable to environmental change are often those less able to migrate. This creates the phenomenon known as trapped populations, the people who remain in high-risk areas due to lack of resources or mobility options. It's, for example, women, for example. So Bangladesh is expected to lose 11 maybe even 12% of its land area over the next 3 decades if the current rate of sea level rise continues. Besides the obvious consequences for the populations, business are also at risk, and not just local ones, because the area at risk of flooding are home to numerous factories and sewing plants, sewing factories, including those producing footwear for such huge companies like Adidas or Nike. In Dhaka alone, 20% of the industrial infrastructure is located in areas less than 5 meters sea level or near rivers. The Sundarbans, located partly in Bangladesh and partly in India, in state of West Bengal, is a cluster of over 100 islands, famous for the unique mangrove forest. It's a UNESCO World Heritage Site, also at big risk environmentally and for people. Half of these islands are inhabited, but the Sundarbans are home to more than 7 million people. And this home is become increasingly precarious and dangerous, primarily due to extreme weather events. As a result of risking sea level, Lohachara Island, located in the Indian part of Sundarbans, was submerged in the water as early as the 80s in 20th century. And it in subsequent years, over islands shared its fate, unfortunately. Many islands lost significant areas of land, forcing local population to migrate. Rising sea levels and increasing salinity also made fields it's not good for using for cultivation, and fishing catches significantly decreased. This resulted in the local population losing 2 primary sources of income, which in turn led to another wave of migration. And the result is 25% of primary breadwinners have already left in search of works. In Nepal, for example, over 60% of population depends on agriculture as their means of income. This is the main branch of economy. Due to the late arrival of monsoon, every year the monsoon is late now, but it's not predictable. But also droughts have become more frequent. This impacts water, agriculture, health, livelihood, energy, biodiversity, disaster management, and urban planning. In 2015, suggested that due to the impact of climate change on agriculture, Nepal's GDP in 2050, of course, will drop by nearly 1% each year, of course. The study also associated changes in crop productions with changes in precipitation patterns during the period, affecting Nepal's water resources, availability, and variation. The little rainfall, this is also a problem in Nepal. The little rainfall will reduce rice and maize cultivation, like I said before, which are the main food crops for much of the country's population, while high intensity rainfall, like a flood, of course, will destroy crops and increase topsoil erosion and destroy farms and farms. Okay, so one of the key insights of contemporary environmental migration research is that the distinction between voluntary and forced migration is often blurred. Migration decisions are rarely triggered by a single cause. Instead, they emerge from complex between environmental issues, economic pressures, infrastructure deficits, and governance and public policy. But, or maybe, for example, a flood might destroy crops, pushing a household into debt. Only later does the family decide to migrate in search of work. In migration statistic, such movement may appear as economic migration, even though the initial trigger was environmental change. So for this reason, scholars increasingly conceptualize climate migration as a multi-causal process embedded in broader socioeconomic system. The most important thing is policy challenge, or maybe I should say policy failure. Climate-related mobility also raises important challenges for public policy. First, there is issue of legal recognition. International law does not currently recognize a formal category of climate refugee. There is no such category. As a result, people displaced by environmental change often fall outside existing protection framework. For example, in India, despite holding millions of people internally displaced by climate disasters, India lacks a coherent legal response to address them. Climate migrants are lumped into broader categories. For example, disaster victims, informal settlers, and slum dwellers, none of which grants lasting rights and moreover recognition. And compounding the issue, India is not a signatory to the 1951 Refugee Convention. Refugee and migrants alike are instead governed by the Foreigners Act of 1946. So this is a colonial era law that treats all non-citizens with suspicion. I think it's a good word. So there is also no national legal framework that recognizes climate-induced displacement as a distinct category deserving of specific rights and protection. There is a government's flagship climate programs, such as the National Action Plan on Climate Change, but it's not enough. It's focuses on mitigation and adaptation, but do not address climate mobility. I want to go back to the Sundarbans, this mangrove forests. Rising sea levels and frequent cyclones have led to mass migration from West Bengal to the slums of, the Sundarbans in West Bengal to the West Bengal capital, Kolkata. Instead of temporary evacuations, these are permanent displacements, unfortunately. Yet these people are still treated as informal workers or even illegal settlers and illegal aliens. They lack access to legal status, social services, or even recognition of their displacement. Second, climate-related migration increases pressure on urban areas. South Asian cities are already experiencing rapid urbanization, and additional inflows of migrants increase demand for housing, water, energy, and employment. Internal migrants are targeting large cities, like I said, but according to unofficial estimates, 2,000 people arrive in Dhaka daily, and 70% of whom are due to natural disasters and climate change. And as a result of migration, the city's population has grown from 16 to 23 million in the last 10 years, and is projected to reach 36 million by 2050. The capital can accommodate all the newcomers, but it cannot feed them. The vast majority of internal migrants live in slums with poor sanitary conditions. Third, there is a growing recognition of climate policy, and migration policy must be better integrated. So recent debates increasingly emphasize the concept of managed mobility, the idea that migration can be facilitated as part of planned adaptation strategies rather than occurring only as a reaction to disaster. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Blanca. I hope you will stay with us. You can see the clap of the audience.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I hope you stay with us for the discussion. So we will connect all of you who are online to let you also answer the question and take part in that. We will have a slight change in a plan, as the next presenter, or the one after the next, who is also online, Magda El Gamari. She's in Marrakesh now, but she will join us from her research trip from the mountain area somewhere near to the Marrakesh. So if we have the connection, it's just a moment, and my brave colleagues Łukasz and Kamil will connect us with Magda. Oh, hello, we can see you. So I have a pleasure to introduce Dr. Magda El Gamari, the University College of Professional Education and Academic Center for Strategic Analysis, War University Warsaw, with the speech on From Al-Hol to Europe, Empirical Insight from Northeast Syria and the Security Human Rights Dilemma of Repatriation. Magda, I hope you can hear us. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm super happy that I'm with you, because actually I was a little bit worried because I'm in the highest village in Morocco, and I thought, and they said that it will be connection. So still that I'm here with you, I try to sum up the conclusion after my research. And actually I should be there in Damascus and observe what is going on with the repatriation from Al-Hol to Europe, and actually from Al-Hol, Syria to Iraq, because in the last 2 months we observe the situation is moving on and also going on. But first of all, we start, and it will be better for sure. And you will see my slide as well like this, and it's much more comfortable. All of those photographs are mine, also from the research which I started in 2018. I come back to it is super challenging to speak about what is going on in Syria from the political and security perspective, and absolutely something totally different from the humanitarian perspective, and try to catch the comprehensive approach between security and human rights dilemma. So this is it. But actually, I hope that all of you heard even something about Al-Hol camp. But what is the most important? A camp, it's located in northeast Syria, It estimated in 2018 it was 55,000 people. In the end of 2025, it was almost 75,000 people with with 36 nationals, different nationalities. 80% of them, they are European and also with the 2 or dual passports. But what is, from my perspective in my case study, is much most important, majority, they are women with children. 55% they are children till 3 years. So as you see, this is the huge gap also with the connection with the families, and also a lot of threats about the education, about human society, and also what will be after when they move from Syria to Iraq, and what is happening with the issue of revenge, or will they repatriate to Europe? So we have different patterns. We have different examples, and I try to catch all those scenarios, and that's why I'm here, and thank you for invitation. But as you see on those pictures, detention-like conditions, they are very, very tough. It's a problem with electricity. It is a problem to go out from the tents after sunset is going down. But what is most important, highly insecure environment. It is also woman by woman. This is also with the male contact from outside camp, but there's also increased number of escapes. When it's going to repatriate from the last 1 month, we observed that 30% of those people, they are actually now escaping. And I will show you also the border through Syria and Iraq, also from bus, which I take a photograph. But foreign annex, violence, vandalism, the high level of radicalization, especially through women and among children, especially boys. So here also the radicalization path, they are very different. So when we try to understand from the perspective of securitization with the theory of the securitization, we understand that the practice example is a little bit different, and we see the gap between counterterrorism and also pathway of radicalization in the specific scenario like Al-Hol. Sexual abuse of children, even 70% of the NGOs information, we have information that most of those children, they are sexual abuse. So this is also the work with the children, with youngsters, and talking about trauma and violence, but also lack of hope for return and reduce of service. But when we talk and when we come back to terrorism versus right to return, we have different scenario. In Poland, we do not have any returnees, so this is a little bit different way. German repatriate, but only the people with group and with all passports with proper documents. France, it depends. It depends because when they make their combat process, they distinguish children from their families. So it's also a lot of question mark about the issue of social movement and understand what is the core of the family, especially if they are Muslim families, in the case of Ummah, and also this culture. Sophisticated and very sensitive peak. A few points, so empirical insights. Syria, we know what is going on in Syria before Bashar al-Assad, that he moved to Moscow. Then we have President al-Shara. Last month, I spent weekend in Damascus, only talked to organizations and speak about what will be going on with the repatriate. And we are like the external experts, the observers, and we try to understand the pathway. But we also observe the huge instability and weak governance, because it is not like the top important factor. And the case of the Daesh women and children, they are not the super important from government, because also a lot of the foreign fighters, they have also contact with some of the militias. Ideology, so it persists. I use acronym Daesh, not ISIS, because according to specific fatwa and according to religion issue, we who are trying to connect culture, religion, migration, and security, we use the acronym Daesh because it's opposite, and we do not believe that they have state, and we would like to not say they should have a state. So, but for sure, the third insights, indoctrination and trauma, but also sale of children, also trafficking, and also the situation inside camps, and they are very specific and very hard. Salam for Hope, one of the NGOs organization with I also work with. Children, this is the only one opportunity to take normal education there. Now, after repatriation to Iraq, only a little part of those people, those whole society, they will have possibility to continue education. During period before that, they have only radicalized Islamic propaganda, Daesh education. So this is absolutely strange, but we understand that education is process. And it is very hard to work with the people, youngsters, after sexual abuse, with trauma, and give them proper education and work also with the experts there. Children, as you see also on the picture, it's a majority population. It's absolutely they should be protected under international law, but the reality is absolutely different. Only 25% of those children, according to their mothers, they can go to school, because the rest part of the whole society, especially mothers, they said it's haram. You should do not go to this education because it's not Islamic and it is not proper one. So it is a huge problematic issue also with contacts with people, with NGOs, with the girls there, for us external experts who even would like to talk with those people, and also for the future, actually better future for these children. As you see, it is also the case of the security concerns. This is like the homemade inside the tents, and asking for money, and also to use sexual issues also with the things like this. But I think these three major issues, it is not only about the monitoring challenges, threats, and what is happening now with the repatriation, but actually also we, Europe, we do not have one pathway. Every state, because their secondary nationalities, they have different situation in the whole. Not all of them, they would like to return to Europe. Some of them, they would like to return to Europe. So according to the law, they use the case studies from there, and every single situation is different. But for sure, reintegration is needed, because we know that after 5-10 years, the problem will be much more higher, and also legal framework, they will not go to the same pathway with the international pressure, with right to nationalities, and also CRC, so the Red Cross respond. What we see, different policies, we should prioritize children, but we do not make it. But from the security perspective, we also understand that someone will and also someone will come back for these children in the next year. So this is the security concern, and maybe not threat, but it's challenging. And we need to analyze those pathways, and also from where actually those family comes from. But for sure, fragmentation, this is border between northeast Syria and Iraq. And through this border, you see they make a transfer of those thousands of children and women from El Hol to the new, just a second, I will show you a picture or not. Actually not, I do not have now, and I will not put on the slide this picture, but actually the new El Hol camp will be one of the biggest jail in Iraq, prison. So it will be not tents, it will be one building, actually former US prison for the Iraqi prisoners. starting from 2003 till 2014, and all of those people, they will be there together in cells. So the condition will be even more worse than intense. We understand also the climate. It's specific and different because we have the huge attitude with the winter and with summer, and also with the changing weather, with the heavy rain. But also not a lot of people understand what will be happen with those people in Iraq, the case of revenge. And also I share with you one link from Al Jazeera, because we see a huge and mass escape from Al-Hol, because nobody would like to stay in Iraq prison. So we have some options, but they are specific and it should be undermined after to understand every case study. We have full repatriation, we have selective repatriation, and we have non-repatriation cases. And few conclusion, because it was just to make long story short, we need to think about not only short but about long-term security. We should have also as European Union, but not only, also through the Arabic states, the repatriation enables control. Even from Moroccan perspective, it works very good with the de-radicalization process, and Morocco is very high. And when you compare different Arabic states, also Saudi Arabia with the repatriation and also with the de-radicalization process, but nobody separates children from their families. And also abandoned increased risk. And just to sum up, it was few conclusion from me. I hope I managed in my time and it was comfortable for you. Sorry, because time pressure is also high and the condition as well. But Professor Paulina, it is a pleasure to see you as well, even online, and thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Magda. You know, every time I invite Magda for any conference, she's abroad. So that's how research life looks like. But she also does very interesting research on cultural security. So maybe there will be another occasion. So stay safe. Bon chance with your research. Do everything what you plan and come back safe, Poland, and see you soon. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Goodbye.
Okay, so thanks to the extra package of internet, Magda was able to connect with us. So sorry for the change in the plan, but it was a window for the connection. But we are coming back en route. And I have a pleasure to invite Dr. Laura Driańska from Asbury University in US with migration and human trafficking, underlying psychological mechanism. Laura is doing a lot of research on, in general, on human trafficking, not only in relation with migration. So they are very interesting in terms of the recognition of this aspect. So Laura, the floor is yours. There is a presenter here.
Perfect. Thank you very much for this gracious invitation, and also for setting the stage, because especially Paulina, you've done that by talking about, I saw the human trafficking as a part of your framework, which is very, very helpful. I know this is a difficult time. We had a great lunch, so I will make you move a little bit. If you can pick up one of those cards, and then some of you will have to move to get them to someone else. Helpful resource. I will just be reminding you. But a framework for what I'm talking about, of course, we're all familiar with human trafficking as a phenomenon. Probably in Europe, we're more familiar with the UN definitions for human trafficking or trafficking in persons. Also, in terms of language, we're a little bit more familiar with the idea of modern slavery, which is specifically mentioned in the UN definition. And also Palermo Protocols enlists some of those most widespread forms of human trafficking. So most people think about prostitution and sexual abuse, sexual exploitation, thank you so much, and less people think about forced labor. So it was very interesting to hear about the cases also in Turkey, right, of child labor, which would fall under human trafficking. But unfortunately, many people do not think about those other practices, slavery or practices similar to slavery. And of course, servitude, domestic servants, and all the way to organ trafficking. So, so far, right, we do not have an explicit mention of migration here, but of course I wanted to examine those definitions, and I have done in some theoretical papers with some colleagues before as well, human trafficking and migration, how they are related. There is, if you think in your head about the Venn diagram, right, like, so there is an overlap area and there is a distinction. So what those cards do here, on the one hand, trafficking indicators, we're more interested in trafficking and smuggling. So if you move it to this side, this is material furnished by the US government, Blue Campaign, working with actually the Homeland Security. Why this is interesting, many of you probably remember the whole idea of human trafficking initially for many people was related to migration. So from the US standpoint, it was bringing women from the Ukraine and Eastern Europe and Ukrainian or Russian wives, and there was that sense of, oh, those women from other countries who are exploited in some type of a sexual exploitation in the US. Now the field has moved a lot, and I would say that the majority of discourse that I observe in the United States, it's all domestic trafficking. So it used to be my students had a lot of confusion about human trafficking and human smuggling, and they thought it was very much othering. But now there's much more awareness, oh, trafficking is happening in the United States. The movement of people is not necessary. Actually, what I'm doing my research now and working, Kentucky is an interesting state because it has to do with, it is documented in the literature, there's a lot of poverty in eastern Kentucky, in the Appalachian Mountains, and it is one of the better documented places where familial trafficking takes place. So I've also done some research in this area and understand like the whole idea of familial trafficking, which is of course domestic, and it's a child who is being exploited. If it happens in the United States, it's most likely sexual exploitation, so that parents can get money, most often they're not, for drugs. That's the reality of it. And this is the reality of human trafficking. So even though in those definitions of human trafficking, we can see much closer overlap with the field of migration, right? The idea of transportation, transferred and harboring and received of person. This echoes what we study in migration. However, more the field, at least in the US, when we're thinking about human trafficking studies, we're moving into no, like actually the movement of people is not even necessary, which just shows us some differences here. So from my point of view, disciplinary background, of course, this is a very interdisciplinary work, but my disciplinary background is in psychology, and what is really important here are the means, and in particular coercion, right? Coercion, very, very significant here. Today, as we're talking about, any type of movement, and oftentimes it's within a given continent, like within Europe or within even a given country. So there is some movement, especially if there is deception. Deception is so much easier to stage if a person is outside of their regular environment. So this is an important overlap here with human trafficking. And, abduction, realistically much less in terms of the data that we have. More often than not, it's a psychological process. So looking at those means, and I really appreciated previous presenters who were talking about some of those distinctions too. It may be very blurred between forced migration and economic migration or natural disasters. and so on. So of course, a big distinction whether a person is 18 or not. So if a person is legally a child or not. And that's an issue of consent, which is deeply psychological, actually, because most people who are being trafficked would say, well, I chose it, I agreed to it, it's my fault. They very much internalize that. So I would say the greatest barrier that we have is the lack of self-identification. And what we have mentioned earlier also, because most people think, oh, human trafficking is sex trafficking. So if I am an adult male who's being exploited in labor, well, obviously I'm not a victim of human trafficking. And that creates a lot of problems, especially for those who are immigrants. So just, to remind us, we have so many different forms of human trafficking, and sometimes there's an overlap. So maybe someone is forced into sex trafficking, but ends up also doing drug trafficking for their boyfriend. Cases from some of the interviews that I was conducting. So oftentimes that happens. And here we get into, the important point for us, and I think we've seen it, and probably we will see it in the future presentations as well, that overlap with migration and human trafficking. And very much many of the presenters today referred to what is happening between the US and Mexico border, and that sense of insecurity, and just how increasingly poorly handled migration and securitization creates additional victims for human trafficking, right? Potentially, because if your parents are taken away, you have no means of survivor, well then right away there will be people interested in taking advantage of you, right? And this is what happens, what happens in those cases. So of course, all over the world, all those insecure situations, what we've also could see in the previous presentation. So just a little mention of the risk factors, right? And that point here about globalization, some transnational policies, but also what's been mentioned here, the migration from rural to urban. Trafficking also occurs, and this is a very vulnerable status. And as we look historically at migration, it used to be more men, heads of household, but now more and more women, women with children. And oftentimes in human trafficking scholarship, we talk about risk factors, and we see migration or a migrant or an even more so undocumented status as a higher risk factor for human trafficking. So this is how we may, in terms of theoretical framework, place migration there. And now, as I mentioned, from our point of view, psychologically, coercion is very important, and understanding the mechanisms of coercion, especially degradation, is something that I'm very interested in how we even define human trafficking, not from a legal perspective, but from a psychological perspective, and that reduction of a person to an animal level. We've heard a lot about human rights, and rightly so. Very much agree. Essentially what traffickers do, they take away your humanity, right? Like they take away those human rights from a person. So this is just something that I wanted to, I have proposed in some scholarship from a psychological perspective. Human trafficking very much is based on dehumanization, right? Like this is what traffickers do. So again, from the point of view of traffickers, and unfortunately, this is oftentimes interiorized by the victims of human trafficking. So they feel that, well, this is okay, what's happening. They do not self-identify. They believe that they sometimes love the trafficker, and traffickers either treat them as objects, something that they can use, dispose of, sell, or as an animal. Very, very similar sense, also including actions such as branding and so on. So in terms of mental health, of course, the undocumented status, as it's called in the US, very severe mental health consequences. And again, we've heard about the issues with mental health and what are some of the struggles, myriad of comorbidity. So several different diagnoses, several different migrant disorders quite common. And this is when it's related to migration. So also what Paulina was mentioning, right? Like stereotyping and othering. And this has impact on a personal sense of identity, of who I am, what are my opportunities for the future. And this is why this is a risk factor. So I wanted to end with, again, what's the answer? I think that was a very good question that you had. What's the answer? So at least the US government, when they proposed the T visas, which is very much a system for undocumented migrants who are exploited in human trafficking, there is a legal pathway for them, which is a T visa, which of course many of them do not even know about. And during that time, initially the 3P framework was proposed. I'm not going to go into all the P's, but the fourth P that was added a little bit later in 2009 stands for partnership. So I feel that the important call that I wanted to make here is that really collaboration of us researchers, right? I feel like many times we feel like, oh, we should step in. To me, it's been very transformative collaboration on things like human trafficking task force, where different professionals come in together, but also different types of organizations working directly with survivors of human trafficking. That has been key because really helps us get out of our academic silos and to be able to interact. And for me, one of those pathways has been through Rotary clubs, which is an interesting phenomenon because Rotary clubs are all over the world. It's typically people in some position of more privilege and power than others in societies, and who wants to make the difference and want to do some charity actions, want to also take that action that's informed by research, right? Like we all know if it's just good intentions, actually sometimes more damage can be made. So I just wanted to share this call for action, for collaboration and partnership, carefully choosing our partners. I feel that the strength, for instance, in Rotary clubs is that they're non-political, non-religious, and yet they are present across the territory, which I feel is a big strength because they have a sense of, okay, they can pull from global grants and global funds, they can be globally minded and connected, but there will be local projects that are connected to local Rotary clubs. So those are just some examples of within Rotary, some anti-trafficking initiatives that I had the pleasure to participate, to provide the research-informed background, and so on. So thank you so much for your attention. I feel like I've moved fast. Hopefully it didn't feel like too fast, but I'm open to further questions. Of course, some references to you. My work that I mentioned is like the second position here. So in case you're interested into looking specifically, that was on forced migration and that nexus that we're talking about. That it's been a great opportunity to speak here and looking forward to the further conversations. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Thank you very much for introducing this very important aspect related to migration, which has a migrative specific, I would say, in terms of that vulnerability of people affected by this type of human trafficking. We are going forward with slightly being late, but we have time. It's time for us. So we will now skip into the migration as a junction of cognitive warfare and the mental security infrastructure. This is prepared by Piotr Gil from our university. I have to say I'm very curious about it because we've already discussed it in just very initial stage. So Piotr, the floor is yours, and you are welcome to deliver your speech. Here is the presentation.
Thank you so much. Today I will be discussing migration in the context of intersection between the phenomenon of cognitive warfare, but also okay. Okay. Yeah, there is a small delay. So, I will be, as I said, I will be discussing migration in the context of the phenomenon of cognitive warfare, and also a theoretical concept that I have recently started developing, and which I would like to call the mental security infrastructure, The aim of this concept is to represent a relatively novel approach to human security and also to contribute to a better understanding of how to deal with risks, challenges, and threats arising from migration, and also to social reactions to it. First, I think that we should perceive migration as a mega trend of security. Next to other mega trends such as technological revolution or reconfiguration of balance of power, social reactions to those processes, and also some major shifts in societies. And finally, next to what is called as black swans. As a mega trend of security, we could say that migration cuts across multiple fields, domains, and levels of social lives, and in the process it affects multiple security actors. Because of this profound influence, unfortunately, migration tends to be frequently securitized beyond what we could call the classical securitization. We can also encounter the phenomenon of what is referred to as crimigration. In case of this, law is actually employed to penalize purportedly illegal migration, and migrants themselves for their actions that may or may not be truly unlawful. Another form of taking on migration as a security issue is what we call weaponized migration, in which migration is treated as a demographic weapon, or in short, D-weapon. As a weaponized migration, it can adopt numerous forms, such as, for instance, demographic stream or demographic bomb. Also, it is sometimes considered as a fifth column or a tool of political propaganda. And what is more, it can also serve multiple purposes, such as coercive, exportive, economic, or militarized. But returning to the classical approach to securitization of migration, I would like to identify two main patterns of it. First, in the case of Sweden, what we're dealing with is a top-down approach to securitization. And here, securitization is carried out not only through political discourse, but as it was remarked today by our distinguished keynote speakers, securitization can also be carried out through legal measures, through certain technocratic practices and procedures, such as, for instance, stringent border controls or restricting access to welfare, to labor market, and many other tools. In the case of Sweden, we could say that the purpose of such migration is to achieve the effect of a paradigm shift and also an indirect reversal of the mass process of migration. That's why I took the liberty of branding it the use of a fancy term, reversification of immigration. So we could say that this goal is not very often made explicit, but eventually this is what politicians and other security actors are trying to achieve. But on the other hand of the spectrum, which we can observe in Poland, we can also witness a bottom-up approach, which is conducted by social actors, actually, who do this for the protection of not only the physical border of their country, but as they claim, also for the purpose of defending national identity, culture, or the cohesion of their social and national community. In this case, those actors claim that the justification that is being carried out is, first of all, patriotic, second of all, it's lawful, and finally, that it is justified, or in the words of Rita Floyd, just. Here, in the photo, we can see a demonstration organized by radical anti-immigration movement in Poland, which is called the Border Defense Movement. Like I said, radical, right-wing, very controversial, and when I was studying what this movement is doing when it comes to securitization of immigration, I came across a proposition of a legal act that features several premises concerning migration and security. What I found particularly shocking was that what they propose is, in fact, a shift from criminalization to criminalization, but not of migrants themselves, but in fact of people who, as they claim, are, could say, complicit in the process of attracting migrants and making the process of migration possible. To balance it out, we could also say that in that act, the draft of that act, there are some legitimate concerns that are related to, for example, the way in which migration is used by Russia or by China as a form of, as I said before, weaponized migration. But even so, I believe that this kind of radical approach to securitization, especially conducted by social actors and not, as I said, politicians, is particularly troubling. So in the latter case, what we are dealing with effectively is securitization of migration on the ontological grounds. So here, migration is presented as a challenge, if not a threat, to national identity, or in the words of one of the scholars who deals with ontological security, Brent Steele, consistent self-concept, which is more or less the same, but also to fixed daily routines, certainty, or the shared vision of the future. So we could say that so far we have established that securitization of migration mostly concern the domain of the mind, the domain of individual and collective consciousness, and this is exactly in this field where cognitive warfare is being waged on actors of security. In short, we could say that the characteristic and goal of cognitive warfare is to manipulate and affect people's perception of reality, their way of thinking, and the way in which they act upon their perceptions. On the side note, it's also worth noting that the domain of cognitive warfare overlaps with the scope of other form of warfare, such as hybrid warfare, informational warfare, psychological warfare, which I forgot to include here, and also cyber warfare. Therefore, it is not surprising that cognitive warfare, taken as a concept, but also as a form of practice, plays an important role not only in the doctrine of NATO, but also in the security research conducted by its institutions, such as, for example, Science and Technology Organization. And as a result, several destructive results of cognitive warfare have been identified, including division and polarization of society, weaponization of identity, or exerting impact upon the will to fight, in other words, national morale, which is particularly crucial in the context of warfare. These effects are achieved through exploiting several vulnerability factors, including, for example, social media influence, cognitive decline, or susceptibility to fake news. Among the strategic goals of NATO, we can identify, first of all, the need to establish cognitive superiority, but also to reinforce the resilience of citizens and societies of NATO member states. Finally, as a tool of cognitive warfare, migration concerns four stages or four elements of the former. First of all, that is mental content, representations of people, actions, and sociopolitical ramifications. So in short, we could say that to use migration as a tool of cognitive warfare is to use the migration-related mental content to affect people's representations, including cognitive biases or thought patterns, to elicit undesirable and pernicious behaviors that eventually lead to some serious sociopolitical ramifications, including antagonization, polarization, or radicalization of society. And this is where I would like to start saying a couple of words about the concept that I mentioned at the beginning of my presentation. So I believe that in light of the fact that migration poses a serious challenge and threat, at least as a result of securitization, to security in the mental domain. In order to address these issues, we should establish an entity that I would like to call the mental security infrastructure. And I believe that we could understand this concept as a form of security-oriented consciousness and resilience, which is built through bottom-up approach, proper upbringing and education, and also, most importantly, societal commitment and individual willingness of citizens to shape their mindset in a way that is less vulnerable and more impervious to phenomena such as securitization, weaponization, or actually manipulation of migration, which is usually done for political and ideological ends, which eventually leads to undermining security and societal order. We could say that mental security rests on at least 5 pillars, including ontological, epistemic, psychological, intellectual, and axiological security, and possibly many more. And this category I would like to keep open for further research and interpretation. Like I said before, when it comes to establishing, reinforcing, and protecting the mental security infrastructure, what is required is first a bottom-up approach, but also a synergy between society and the state. In other words, state actors and social actors of security. And last but not least, it should be grounded in people's deeply embedded sense and feeling of civic duty and mission. That is to, like I said, take a good care of their mindset to make it more resilient to manipulation of many social issues and their securitization, subject of which can be migration, but also many other phenomena. So in order to prevent those effects that I have just referred to, many practical actions must be undertaken in the fundamental dimensions of mental security. So, for instance, in the epistemic dimension, I would like to point out the importance of recognizing and sifting out fake news or identifying and using reliable sources of information. Whereas in, for example, axiological dimension, what is important is to foster and nurture values and civic attitudes that are actually conducive to societal and national security, especially in the mental dimension. So just a few words of summary. So as I said before, it is up to consider migration a mega trend of security, not just of many simple processes, but something more profound, something more overarching. When it comes to the way in which migration is handled and conceptualized, we're dealing with many different forms of turning it into a security issue, most of which are undesirable, and as it was brilliantly described by David Campbell in his book Writing Security, this is not done for the legitimate purposes and in good faith to reinforce security in its many dimensions, but to achieve actually some mischievous and nefarious political ends, and that must be addressed, I believe, with the use of tools such as mental security infrastructure. We have to also remember of the fact that when it comes to such phenomena as cognitive warfare, we are still dealing with a relatively neglected and understudied field of security. I believe that too little attention is paid to the mental and psychological aspects of handling such issues as migration. Because on the one hand, we are of course dealing with some legitimate challenges, risks, or threats to some security actors, but for instance, as Professor Paulina Polko mentioned, we should ask a question such as whose security are we actually dealing with? Are we only focusing on the security of a state or economy, or are we also dealing with the security of migrants themselves? Are we dealing with the security of our culture? Because if we just want to focus only on securitization or just perceiving migration as never a chance, never an asset, but always a threat, what we're doing, we're eventually undermining our own culture, our own individual and collective state of mind, and that should be, I think, prevented. So the last thing I would like to say is that the further research I'm planning on conducting, not only myself, but also with collaboration of some of my colleagues, is to inquire into how the mental security infrastructure can be shaped to first foster security-oriented consciousness and resilience, address migration-related threats when necessary. I would like to emphasize that. And finally, to desecuritize migration when possible, thus turning it and presenting it not as a threat, but as a risk or challenge, or sometimes, which I think would be the best approach, is not only to desecuritize migration, but actually to asecuritize it. So in the words of, and according to the concept of Christopher Browning and Petrian Niemi, we could actually exclude migration from the agenda of security at large and never treat it as a security issue. And then not only we will not be dealing with securitization of it, but there will also not be a need to desecuritize it. So I believe that this is the last thought that I would like to leave us with. Thank you for okay. Thank you for attention.
we introduced the new area, a securitization and the new aspects. I think the evening discussion will be very, very interesting in terms of many aspects which we touched here. As you can see, we try to see it from the very different perspectives. The last panelist in that session is Karol Kujawa. Do we have a connection with Karol? Because he is somewhere in Africa, but I don't remember where, Karol. Karol is...
yeah, we have. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can even see you, but with some slight froze. Okay, so let's see what if the connection is okay or not.
Okay, can you hear me well?
Yeah, we can hear you well, but you are frozen. Probably due to delay. Oh, okay. So we will try. Karol represents WSB University, but also Academic Center for Strategic Analysis, which is a think tank founded to analysis and reports for supporting government and state institutions. And he is to deliver his speech about the impact of migration from Africa on Poland's internal security conditions, challenges and implications. Do we have a connection, Karol? Okay, so maybe we will try to connect with Karol later, but as we have time and as it is according to the schedule, we finished that part, so it's time for questions. Is anybody eager to comment, ask the question, share the comment? Just a moment, I give you the micro.
Can you hear me now?
As it is recorded.
So yes, I have a question about this presentation. It was very interesting. And actually 2 questions. First, what is the field of the research? Because you said, what is the answer? And I was thinking, what is the question to that answer? Because I understand that your point of view is that we need to stop human trafficking, and this is kind of the answer how, but what are the other subsections of the field except just, you know, this policymakers' perspective or maybe the police forces perspective? So this is one. And the second question, you mentioned dehumanization, yes, like a psychological process that the people who are are perceived as subject or as animals, and this is the process that always happens when you have the 2 groups, yes, and we have our group and some strangers, them. So it always appears. So what is specific about human trafficking in this context?
Yeah, thank you very much. Good questions. So just to clarify, in this presentation, I was not focusing on any specific research project, right? So I didn't really have like a research question connected to a specific research project. So it was more looking at the phenomenon. So I think that's worthwhile saying that I did not like specify the research question here. Wanted to give a more of an overall view from the human trafficking studies as a field. So I think, you know, just to clarify that. So some of the specific research that I was drawing from the research questions, for instance, would be related to the human trafficking survivors' resilience and their sources of strength as psychological phenomena and conceptualizing. And I think it is related. So in that particular research line that I'm still working on, that have published a little bit on, the question was about resilience, but seeing it, which is interesting for psychologists in particular, not only as an individual capacity, but also institutional dimension of resilience. So creating conditions for human trafficking victims to be resilient. And in this case, institutional partnership and partnership of different actors can create those conditions for more individual resilience. So I think indirectly, it would be an answer to some of those projects. But thank you for bringing it out. I think that's a very important distinction that probably should have been made. Also, related to your second question, very good point. I would say, dehumanization in general, right, applies to whenever there is some inhumane treatment of another group. So I would not say, even though what we can see sometimes in media or online discourse, it's very dehumanizing, but moving a step farther than that and actually moving into action and degrading a human being, destroying people's lives, raping people, physically abusing them, which is what traffickers do, which is rooted in that dehumanization concept and how this makes it possible. Because oftentimes on a psychological level, people ask, well, how is it possible to actually use and abuse a person over and over? Is this all psychopathology? Are those all psychopaths? And the answer is no. So I think, again, from a psychological perspective, this is the question that we get is like, so who are those traffickers, right? Or the parents who would traffic their own children, are there like psychopaths? And the answer is no. And the way, like the mechanism that they use is dehumanization. But I still see a big distinction between dehumanizing others in like hate speech or social media and the actual dehumanization by, physical or sexual abuse that's inherent to human trafficking. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Laura, there is another question to Laura as well.
To Laura as well.
Okay, so please.
Not only to Laura. Thank you so much. When you mentioned that dehumanization, right away it came to me that it's somehow linked with the studies on genocide, where dehumanization actually emerges, and for me it actually made sense, because when we think about human trafficking, we usually somehow forget about this dehumanization, yes? But I have a completely different question to you, Laura. This is just a comment. You as a psychologist, how do you handle that tension when speaking to those people and talking about their experiences? Because I suppose in terms of emotions, you are also exposed to their emotions. So my question is, how do you handle that situation? And that's one question. And I have a question also to Piotr. Yes, thank you for that. It was very interesting, your attempt to construct the concept of this infrastructure. However, I'm very curious where it comes to this cognitive warfare which is going on, whether you have some ideas, for example, for our government, how to deal with this cognitive warfare which is actually happening. And when we even follow social media and we listen to certain comments of certain people, we actually see that this war is to a certain degree is on one hand happening, but it looks like the Russians start to win, yes, or at least they are gaining, yes. Thank you. So that was the question.
So I guess I'll start. So essentially what you're talking about, as psychologists, we're very familiar with, and in this case we talk about vicarious trauma and the fact that we can actually experience trauma in our daily work, especially if we're working with pedophiles or victims of pedophiles. It can be that vicarious trauma. So what we do early, and as I train psychologists as well, especially when I worked with graduate schools, we are very cautious into right away built into your training. So what will be your ways for dealing with vicarious trauma? And that's very true, because those are more than heartbreaking stories of individual people that you're talking with, you build some bonds. Of course, there's the issue of boundaries, right? Like, so I cannot, become best friends and go out for coffee. Like, there's got to be some boundaries with the clients, with the patients, with the people that I do research with in general. But there has been, to me, the big difference was when I became a mom. I started that research in 2013, and then I became a mom only in 2018. So I've had all years, it was much easier, but now I immediately think about my children, what it would be like, what's wrong with it, how did this woman must have felt as a mother and what she's going through. So, one of the ways is very much self-monitoring, how you're doing, checking in with yourself, and some self-care practices as well, making sure that, you have sometimes outside of what you do, you're able to separate, you're able to, step outside of that. And to me, honestly, personally, my children are the best entertainment and the best way just to spend time with them. Is very hopeful and concentrating on some positive areas. But it's true, like you see it everywhere. I came to Poland, and I came to Warszawa Wschodnia, I say like posters of human trafficking. So you're much more primed into possibly like seeing this and being attentive into that. But thank you, just self-care is very important. And I think by extension to all of us when we're dealing and talking to migrants, like that can be, some sources of vicarious trauma as well. So I think in general, this is such an important point that we should very much approach it in a conscious way. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Okay, so thank you first of all for your question. I think that this question is a fundamental one, and to fully answer it, it would take a lot of time, but I'll try to make it clear and concise as much as possible. I would like to say that when it comes to our government possibly trying to counter this warfare, but not only this warfare, because we have to also realize that in the scientific discourse, but also in the political discourse, we are dealing with a lot of fancy terms. So we have hybrid warfare, we have cognitive warfare, we have information warfare, we have cyber warfare, we have psychological warfare, and probably we could go on like that for a good couple of minutes. So first of all, I think we need to address this, as I would like to call it, warfarization of security. But just to come back to the question, I think that it is not the government that should be handling this threat. It should be the society. So I think that the more government tries to become involved in countering the fake news, the activity of, for example, some bots in the info space, the activity of Russian or Chinese or North Korean intelligence, the more the situation is compounded. So I think that the best thing that government could do is to avoid being involved in the warfare that its representatives don't really understand, but instead try to support citizens and other social actors, such as, for example, non-governmental organizations, local communities, schools and teachers, for the purpose of what I said was fostering mindset, the form of consciousness, and also what I forgot to mention in my presentation, some set of skills and tools, mechanisms that people can use to become less vulnerable to such a threat. So I believe that government and its institutions cannot get this job done. The only one who can do this is the society, is each and every one of us.
What if the people don't trust in the government?
Well, that's a serious problem.
Authoritarian regimes, and usually the communication and dialogue and trust relationship between the governments, authoritarian governments, and the societies is very, very low, and attendance, participation to the elections is decreasing. So how we can manage this? Because the government has the authority at the same time. Securitization is about the authority to legitimize the use of violence,
the use of the justice system and the reformation of the justice system, and to use the economic GDP and facets to protect the society against the threat. So that's why it was very confusing for me to security-oriented consciousness, because we try to avoid it. We are trying to desecuritize the securitization of society and societal phenomena, problems, etc. So
that's why I believe that we could distinguish between let's say beneficial and legitimate security-oriented mindset, but it requires a lot of wisdom from citizens. So I know that it's not easy to define, but I believe that through education, as I said, through proper upbringing, through other initiatives that reinforce our, as I said, security-oriented consciousness, we can try to become as smart as possible, of course, to understand where there is some field of beneficial cooperation with the government, with politicians, with political institutions that work to the advantage of security. But also we have to understand that politicians use security for their own ends. They want to petrify, they want to manipulate security issues, or they want to create security issues through securitization, so that they can retain or gain power, so that they can benefit from that in a different way by pitting security actors against one another. So I would say that although I don't have all the answers right now, I think that the core part of mental security is to understand that there are some fundamental values such as peace, social cohesion, tolerance, democracy, and more. And we always need to be oriented towards those. But when we see that politicians are starting to play their games, that they're trying to manipulate security, that they are trying to invoke security not for the benefit of the society, not for the benefit of individuals, not for the benefit of the economy, or whatever that could be, but for their own benefits, we should refrain from playing this game. So that would be my answer for now. But like I said, this is something that I would like to keep on inquiring into. This is something that I have just started researching and reflecting about. So with time, I believe that I will have more answers. Right now, this is as good as I can do.
Just was wondering the role of Frontex.
But thank you for these remarks.
The contribution of Frontex reports on the securitization discourse in Europe. Securitization of migration in the European thought and cognition, for example. Since 2004, the budget of Frontex is increasing, agglomerating, 10,000 workers now there. And when you track the projects and the language used in the project, the Frontex is constantly talking about invasion of migrants from the southeastern borders of Europe. And he is the one that is going to save Europe from the Mediterranean by.
But here the very language I think is troubling, because when we say that there is an invasion, yes, that there are waves, that there is inflow of migrants.
Or influx, yes, it's also
influx,
another.
yes.
Invasion, they are using the concept of invasion.
Yes.
During the first reports, 2004, 2005,
Yeah.
And just agglomerating their contribution for saving Europe against the invasion of the migrants from the Middle East.
Yeah, they want to provide a justification for that.
So when you go into the ontology of European securitization, actually, it could be interesting the subject for you. That's why
Yes, and I think.
would love to read something like this. If you like.
Yes, Piotr is very, very active young researcher, I would say. He will be defending his PhD in a moment. But about national identity and national security, so it's also interesting topic. But yes, I think that these are the questions which we all have. So thank you for this discussion.
Thank you so much for the questions.
And I think that as we are more or less, well, it's still academic quarter, so it's not as much as it might be on the conference at that time of the day. But let me give the floor to my young scholar, to Piotr, to moderate the last session, which is about migration and labor market. And just a quick announcement, because then we will have after that part we will have the dinner. And those who stay in a hotel or those who are not staying but want to join us, my proposal is that let's have an hour or something break after this, just to refresh, you know, to do whatever you want. And we can meet in a hotel restaurant. It's much more quiet than in the bar, although because in the bar there is a football match or something, yeah, which is noisy. But in the restaurant we can also sit and who wants, it's not mandatory, and discuss, share thoughts, drink something good. So this is just an announcement for those who will. And of course, those who are not staying in a hotel are also invited. So, so please feel free. Piotr, the floor is yours.
Okay, so I think that the time is now for the second plenary session, which will be focused on the interplay between migration and the labor market. And I think it's particularly interesting that we will not be only focusing on some challenges to phenomena such as, for example, forced migration, but we'll also be trying to inquire into some potentially positive aspects of the phenomenon of migration for labor market. So let me just invite our first two speakers, Ludmila Hanuszak-Jefimenko and Svetlana Arabuli from Kyiv National University of Technologies and Design, who will be addressing the topic of features of forced migration of youth and the new type of educational loss. So the floor is yours.
Thank you. And I want to start say thank you very much for a partnership for the Academia of USB, because 10 years we have a partnership, a good partnership relationship, and we are proud to be a part of Q-Helix alliances. And thank you very much for the inviting and for the opportunities to say a couple of words of our research. And I start with them. I think. Okay. Oops. Okay. And it's a new topic for our comment for the research, and I want to start and say that now it's a very big problem in Ukraine. We think about educational migration, but how we must return these young people to rebuild our economy after war started. Finish it, I'm sorry. I read the key points of our research because I know about deadline, and the first of all, relevance of our study. I start. Educational migration start a phenomenal as educational system to this day, because the different type are development or globalization in the world. The most active supporters of educational migration process are young people who are motivated by the desire to gain new knowledges and skills in order to later convert that into financial capital later. Educational migration has become one of the tools that allows students from all over the world to study in any corner to the planet. Just a little some methodology and foreign researchers of the educational migration, and the key points of our analysis. I said that now educational migration is a big part of the labor migration of our Europe Union and whole of the world. I cannot ask whole of the analysis over whole of the research of educational immigration, but this is a part of our common research for the result. The main subject of our research is forming how educational migration about young Ukrainian after the war started, and how we return these young people to Ukraine after the war finished. Theoretical and methodological principle, we formed our research to the some basic literatures about push and pull migration theory. Our object, you can see, and our task of hypothesis and task of our research are the first of all is analysis of factors and motivate young Ukrainians to educational migration after the war started. The second one is determine what obstacle to educational migration young people see. Another one in identification the main source of information for the which Ukrainian young learn about education opportunities abroad. And the last one is the main vision of Ukrainian young of their own lives after completing the studies abroad. And 5 hypotheses we form in our research. The first of all is social political problems in Ukraine, which have become even more after February, after war starting. The second one, the need for a sense of security will attract young people to study abroad. The next one is potential Ukrainian migrants name the main abstract as knowledges of the languages and lack of relation neighbor. The next one, the main channels which Ukrainian young can receive information about opportunities, educational, abroad, and social network. And the last one, after completing their studies abroad, young Ukrainians will not return to Ukraine, but will look for the employment abroad. And we have a deep structure interiors. And after that, I said about what results we can. About research methodology, I said, and this is key points from the levers when we use for our researching. This is I think, and our concept, I think. As I said, we take a concept for pull and push and connect between the migration place of residence and destination. Push factors force people to leave their homes and release exclusion to the country where the migration takes place. Such factors can be natural economies, politicals, and own problems of the state, war, and unemployment level, and security and health cares. For example, the main such factors can be social security, high religion or political freedoms, safety to life, and quality educational. And the main ideas you see. Oops, just a second. I think this one. And the main idea of our research is we take some of idea of Professor Lee from University of Georgia and forming push-pull migration theory. He has founded this theory, and we include this theory for our research. And the four main points for our research are factor association with the territory of original, factor association with the territory of destination, objective to migration, and personal factors. We have 4 subgroups and key points of the push and pull migration. For example, economy, culture, environment, and personal factors. And for our researcher, we studied the educational migration for the young Ukrainian after the war starting, and push point migration theory who choose because this is she help to understand what contribution of the migration of Ukrainian young abroad and what objective they see from that finished after that. As we have, this is, and for our statistic now, we know that statistics of UNESCO when they use in 2016 about 54,000 Ukrainian educational migrants coming to the world, and this in 2019 this points are growing, and we have 77,000 Ukrainian and educational immigrated. Now, when war started, we have 45,000 educational migrated in Europe, and 48,000 people stay in educational migration in Poland. Thank you very much for new opportunities for our students, but we think what we must return these people to home. I have more slides, but I want to. Okay, it's our research research group. It's subgroups for our interiors. We have 4 groups. The first group is 17, 19 years old. This is the people who have a first level study in Europe. Second group, 20-25 years old, is the largest number of our responsible. This is the groups who study in the second level of master's programs abroad. Another groups in 26 and 30. These interiors stay in Europe because this is a part of a labor market of after education and migration. And another group, 31 and 35 years old, this is a part of educational immigration who stay and never return to Ukrainian, as they said after our interview. Okay, we have a questionnaire consists of the 6 blocks as biographical data, motivation factor of educational migration, obstacles of immigration, chooses a country for migration, search of information about education opportunities, and plans for the future. I remember about deadline. The push factors to education and immigration as a good life and new opportunities, security, and stay in the European Union. The pull factors and for this whole of subgroups of the interiors are the build a new life in the European Union, because there are a lot of problems in Ukraine, and the safe life and whole of the relationship in our family groups in Europe after the war started, and they migration to these people migration to the Europe. And the main personal factors for the immigration, educational immigration, after interiors, it was cultural factors, because when young people come into Europe, they stay a part of European Union and safety. They feel a safety in educational immigration and a good and have a good relationship to new opportunities to be here. And the oldest groups, subgroups of interiors said that it's new opportunities to be to stay in Europe, have a new skills, and return to realization these skills in Ukraine after we build a new economy. And two three big barriers of the external education and migration, and the languages barrier and lack of relationship of friends and neighbor. And summary, when we finish it whole of the interior and forming the conclusion of our research, we think about the main problem. Now young people who stay in Europe more than 3 and 4 years after the war started, and started 2014 the first conflict from the Russian Federation. These people is a new generation, and only 10% planned to return to Ukraine to rebuild our economy. It's a very big problem because we have a new educational immigration, but it's a new part of loss of young people who return and forming new democratical country in Ukraine, a new democratic policy in Ukraine. When we stay in Oxford, I have a new thesis for our country. After Secondary War, UK building a democratical policy in the world. Now Ukraine built a new young democratical policy, but we afraid that the young people who stay and integrate in the European Union in different parts of the world cannot return and rebuild after our economy now. This is a very big loss for our country, but a new opportunities for young people to have a new skills in Europe, but these skills we must form in a new policy to integrate after in our country. I think the last key points of our research. Thank you very much for attention and for opportunity for us. I think is problem for not for Ukrainian. It's problem for the young people who have a new skills, new feeling and new knowledges in different country, and must have as some part of a new economy in country to return to this country who give these opportunities for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much as well. I think I speak for every one of us when I say that I wish you that this challenge of reconciling on the one hand the aspirations of young Ukrainians and also the need to rebuild Ukraine after the war can be achieved. So that's what I would like to wish you. Thank you very much. So thank you once again for your speech. Now I would like to invite Karina Lubas from Metropolitan University, who will be delivering a speech on enhancement of the state's economy safety with the involvement of foreigners. So Karina, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Piotr. I would like to try. Okay, thank you. But previous? Okay. Okay, now, thank you. Thank you very much for interesting presentation, but okay, not now me. Okay, for today, I think that at the beginning, I would like to mention that outside my academic activities, I am also a border guard officer. For me, it's a really rich value because since 2016, I can observe during my professional duties how I can find maybe answer, maybe not answer, but just in case find solutions, how to focus on verification of stay and legality employees, foreigners in Poland, and also I think that my professional activity allows
allows me to learn practice aspects, but discover also new problems areas. Currently, I think discover a wide range of components from the state's financial capital and economy, but also to the safety of foreigners. In matters, I think that possible abuses for sure, including forced labor and also human trafficking. For today, I prepared the agenda of this presentation. Okay. And I would like say at the beginning that it's like an attempt. Now it's only like a short presentation. It's not like a part of long-term research. I think maybe in future that will be, but not for today. On the slide we can see the agenda of the presentation, and the aim of this presentation is to indicate of the scope and main areas of enhancement economic safety with the involvement of foreigners for sure. Now on this slide we can see the main characteristic of the Polish labor market and also the general environment in which foreigners also attend. Foreigners with qualification and also with support our country. But on this slide I think that the main at the beginning is the sectors in Polish labor market, and is the service, construction and agriculture. We can see on this first chapter. Next, unemployment levels is depends of the region in Poland, but level approximately is 5-6%. I think that maybe now it's not visible on this table, but I know that for sure the foreigners' potential is a crucial point in the labor market, and we need foreigner employees to fill existing gaps. Yes, we have a lot of gaps, but I think that will be on the next slides. Now this situation, it's not easy situation for the capital of Poland and and generally it's not not easy situation, and it's a problem to Polish labor market, but it comes from several factors from few years ago, maybe not few, but for sure from 90s years, and it's like from emigration highly qualified Polish employees, also low population growth, and the last factor, aging society. It's for sure, I think on the frame we can find the numbers, but for sure I think it's interesting, but we don't have enough time to say more about this. Okay, on this slide we graphically present contribution offered by foreigners, what they can enhance economic safety. There are presented those indicated by arrows, and we find four. The last one is filling labor shortages, second one fiscal contributions, next economic growth and consumption, and the last one, but not least, transfer of knowledge and skills. And in this context, important depends is occur between the factors and areas requiring management. We can find in this on this gray frame illegal employment and also social cost. Mentioned management should including effective systemic solutions, regulation and the regulations, what we can respond to the dynamic migration situation and the growing number of foreigners coming to Poland on next years. For the next slide, I prepare a chart, and on this chart we can see that the most important aspect of economic security is financial contribution. Income generated by the legal work of foreigners has become every year. As we can see on this chart, the chart presenting the number of work permits issued to foreigners in Poland between 2015 and 2025. 2025. That means to 1 year ago. For 2026, we don't have numbers. Since 2015, it has increased by more 600%. And I think it's like the main point, and it's general, that it's a lot of, and I think that that is increasing. It's really wide. It's from about 200,000 to around 1.3 million. Also, we can see another interesting trend, but it's interesting trend for I think for Polish society, because we can see the growing numbers of employees from third countries, excluding Ukraine, and currently the Polish labor market has become more open. It's changed to compare to previous years, and now it's attractive also for a few years ago, we can say like exotic employees from exotic countries. For instance, I can say that Colombia, India, and Nepal. For this slide, I prepare filling gaps in labor shortages sector in 2025, and I can say the large part of financial contributions come from Poland's eastern neighbors. Mainly, it's citizens of Ukraine and Belarus. Obviously, what reflected 77% of all foreign national register in social insurance institution. And I think interesting its point is also that at the same time the number of employees from other countries, like I mentioned, Colombia has been increased also. It's over 100%, as we can see. Which proves the constantly high level of diversification of the labor market, and also in terms of nationality. Important is that despite the enchasement of the labor market by foreigners, we note still low numbers of candidates over last 10 years for the professional indicated. We can find on the frame, and then in this frame on the right corner, employment forecasts clearly show that the shortages cannot be filled only by domestic employees. We need foreigners in Polish labor market, and in 2026 labor shortages are still significant. I think we can prove that this is shown by the list of 329 shortages occupation for which simpler employment procedure are planned. It's still in progress, but I think that could be soon. The next slide, sorry. The next slide, I try to present the contribution of foreigners nationals through their employment in Poland, and obviously it's like more like it's more a case about the Ukrainian situation and also the vicinity of Polish labor market. But in 2025, more than 1 million foreigners paying social insurance contribution, and that shows that strong and growing role of foreign employees in Polish labor market. Obviously, the large contribution come from citizens of Ukraine, as I mentioned already about it. And in 2024, their economics contribution was estimated at almost 3% of Polish GDP, and I think it's still I think really important level, 3%, because if we compare the Ukrainian, which part come before the war in 2022 and now, I think it's important, almost 3%. Compare public spending and the contributions paid by foreign, the balance is still positive, and for sure it strengthens Poland's economic potential. I think also that it's important because, as I say, the Polish labor market is different, and also we need to we need to grow up. I find maybe more suggestions. Now, the current situation require proper management in areas where problems occur. I have my 4 really short suggestions. System solutions develop flexibly with the capacity to adapt to suspended change in lower ranking legal act or notification within the framework of dynamic regulatory shift. Next, clear legal interpretation for the verification by authorities, especially the border guard, concerning the verification of the purpose of stay in the context of employment under visa-free movement. Possibility to update and modify migration strategies according to labor market needs, as I say, including the development of additional tools. And the last one, monitoring and observation of employment mediation agencies aimed at implementing future potential restriction to protect foreign nationals. I think that this subject is really important. I know that it's close to me, but I think that on the next year, in future, we can maybe enroll or conduct long-term research. And it's the main point, and I think this bigger conclusion for today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Karina, for your presentation that is grounded not only in your professional experience, but also in your service. And I think that what is a good conclusion of this presentation is that we don't need to associate migration only with threats, but we can consider it as a source of assets for security, as was mentioned in this presentation. So thank you once again. Let me invite our next speaker. This time, Svetlana Bebko and Olena Eisetseva from Kyiv National University will be building upon the issue of forced migration, and will be continuing the first topic. So let me invite you. The floor is yours.
So, in today's market economy, which is based on the ideas of free enterprise, competition, and the interaction between supply and demand, it becomes especially important to study individual market segments and understand how they work together as parts of one economic system. So the market is a complex and open system that is constantly changing and influenced by many uncertain factors. It helps coordinate economic processes, creates price signals, balances supply and demand, encourages innovation, and supports the continuous process of social and economic development. And within this system, the labor market has a particularly important role because human capital largely determines how effectively other markets function and how the country's social and economic development progresses. And labor represents the way people use their physical strengths, knowledge, intellect, and creative abilities. And because of this, labor is one of the most important factors of economic growth, higher productivity, and the competitiveness of a national economy. Therefore, creating a socially oriented labor market is a necessary condition for developing a socially oriented economic model. And such a model should ensure a balance between economic efficiency and social justice. So, can we just return to the beginning?
I will try to.
Oh, thank you.
So this slide you need?
Yeah. So, in particular, according to the United Nations Refugee Agency, there are currently nearly 5.9 million Ukrainian citizens in various countries who left after the start of a full-scale war. And specifically, 5.3 million people are in European countries. So, the largest number of refugees
are from Ukraine are in Germany, Poland, the Czech Republic, the United Kingdom, Spain, and Italy. And among the refugees, 25% were men, 44% were women, and 31% were children. So the following key trends are observed in Ukraine's labor market in 2025. So the number of employees has stabilized, employer demand for workers remains stable, the labor supply remains limited with a shortage of workers observed in many professions. Wages are rising and the number of citizens participating in employment promotion program is increasing. So, according to data from the Pension Fund of Ukraine, the number of employees in 2025 as in 2024 stood at 10.4 million people. And this is a positive trend as this figure had been declining from 2023 till 2024. And the number of employees hired in 2024 was over 2.5 million, which is 8,000 less than in 2023. And at the same time, the number of employees whose employment terminated increased by 21,000 and stood at 2.7 million. From a regional perspective, the number of employees which were laid off exceeds the number of new hires in regions where hostilities are taking place, most notably in Zaporizhia, Dnipro, Donetsk, and Kharkiv regions. At the same time, in Kiev region and Lviv region, the number of new hires significantly exceeded the number of layoffs. And it should also be noted that in 2024, the number of employed workers in business entities stood at 7 million people, which was practically at the 2023 level. In 2025, the labor shortage gradually decreased but remained high, which supported wage growth in both nominal and real terms. Thus, in 2025, the average monthly wage for full-time employees was 25,900 Ukrainian hryvnias, which is around 500 euros. And that was 4,400 hryvnias more than in 2024. So as of January 1st, 2026, the State Employment Services Unified Job Portal, which aggregates job listings from and leading job search websites, and they listed more than 192,000 job openings, and that is a 2% increase compared to the same date last year. And as of the 1st of January 2026, 135,000 job seekers were looking for work through the State Employment Service, including around 88,000 people who had registered unemployed status. And thus, on average, across the country, there were 14 job openings for every 10 job seekers. However, there are significant regional disparities. For example, in Kiev, there are 20 job openings for every job seeker. And while in Lviv, Dnipro, and Kiev regions, there are just 2 openings. And meanwhile, in Kirovograd and Mykolaiv regions, the number of job seekers is twice the number of vacancies. And in the Donetsk and Kherson regions, it is 6 times higher. In total, 639,000 job seekers received services from the State Employment Service in 2025, which is 8% more than in the corresponding period of the previous year. Specifically, services were provided to 18,000 combatants, which is 18% more than in 2024, and 39,000 people with disabilities, and that is a 9% increase, and 97,000 internally displaced people, and that is a 7% decrease, and 158,000 young people under the age of 35, and that is a 4% increase. So in addition, 394,000 people were employed in 2025, which is 19% more than in 2024. And structural unemployment is getting worse due to significant changes in the country's economy. Today, there is a shortage of workers in many professions, while available job seekers lack the necessary skills and qualifications. So the situation is further complicated at the regional level. And the greatest shortage of workers is observed among skilled laborers, particularly in such professions as seamstress, electrical equipment repair technician, plumbing technician, electrician, bricklayer, emergency repair technician, welder, electric and gas welder, auto mechanic, and so on. So there is also a significant shortage of doctors in various specialties, like family physician, pediatricians, and so on. And in addition, the conscription of men into military service has made it more difficult to fill jobs traditionally held by men. So the organization of vocational training helps address the imbalance in the labor market of Ukraine. In 2025, the State Employment Service enrolled 93,000 citizens in such programs. Specifically, 55,000 unemployed individuals underwent vocational training in 2025, and that is 33% more than in 2024. In addition, 4,000 combat veterans and individuals with war-related disabilities received training at the State Employment Service vocational education centers as part of the pilot project. And under this pilot project, to train women for employment in sectors where they have traditionally been underrepresented, and 975 women received training according to this project. And in 2025, 25,000 people received training vouchers, which is 9% more than in 2024. And the largest number of vouchers went to people aged 45 and older, that are 17,000 people. And people with disabilities, 1,600 people, and combat veterans, 900 people, in such fields like psychology, nursing, and secondary education. And in such professions as driver, cook, social worker, tractor operator, pastry chef, emergency medical technician, and electric and gas welder. So employers have responded to the labor shortage by digitizing processes, actively recruiting women into professions previously considered as male-dominated, as well as young people and older workers, including retired people. So Ukraine has entered the silver age of its economy, and it is created a barrier-free labor market, one where age is not a limitation for a person who possesses knowledge, experience, and the motivation to work. Furthermore, amid increasing competition for workers, employers are actively raising wages, investing in staff professional development, and introducing additional social benefits. And another common practice among a significant proportion of employers in Ukraine is expanding the benefits package, like health insurance, free retraining opportunities for employees, free lunches, company transportation, remote work options, and on-site child care. And the share of such employers in 2025 increased by 10% compared to 2024 and stands at 40%. So Ukraine's labor market has undergone profound transformations amid the war, revealing both critical challenges and potential opportunities for development. So the key negative trends include a decline in economic activity among the population, rising structural and long-term unemployment, a shortage of skilled labor, an increase in the scale of informal employment, a significant outflow of human and intellectual capital abroad. And at the same time, the war has served as a catalyst for the development of a number of mechanisms to adapt to crisis shocks, like the revitalization of entrepreneurship, increased professional mobility and widespread retraining of workers, the spread of digital technologies and new forms of employment. Thus, the war and forced migration have led a significant impact on the development of Ukraine's labor market. The classical general equilibrium model, which was developed by Leon Walras, which demonstrates the possibility of achieving market equilibrium, provided the price mechanism functions effectively, does not apply to the labor market in Ukraine. In a war economy, it is not the price mechanism, but human capital that becomes the effective instrument of equilibrium. So companies that invest in the development of their people remain competitive even under unstable conditions. At the same time, new professions and areas of employment are emerging in Ukraine's labor market, particularly in the fields of military recruitment, veteran policy, digital technologies, and artificial intelligence, along with a significant increase in demand for remote and flexible forms of employment. And thus, relocation, hybrid work, and educational partnerships constitute a new model for the functioning of Ukraine's labor market, in which, unlike the classical model, human resources are not costs but strategic capital. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you as well for another insightful presentation on the situation in the Ukrainian market, which I hope will soon enough significantly improve. And now, our last speaker will be Ivan Skorohodov from Kyiv National University of Technologies and Design. And that should be our online presentation. So, hello, Ivan. Nice to meet you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Do you hear me? Do you see my presentation?
Presentation not yet, but we can see you and hear you perfectly. The presentation should be displayed in a second, I believe.
I'm sharing screen, so...
Yes, everything is working, so the floor is yours.
Oh, okay. Thank you. First of all, thank you for invitation. It's an honor to be here. My name is Ivan Skorohodov. I am a PhD candidate at the Kyiv National University of Technology and Design. And also I work as a marketing director in several Ukraine's apparel industry companies. I am joining online from Kyiv, and what I'm presenting today kind of reference with what Ms. Svetlana Bebko presented. She mentioned lack of seamstresses and other sewing specialists in Ukraine economy, and I'll cover that more from a practitioner's view. So I want to talk about one specific problem: how to rebuild skilled workforce when war has scattered both workers and the factories in a different direction. Another slide. So let me start with the scale of what happened. Around 1.3 million at the peak of immigration, 6.7 million were abroad due to war. As at end of February this year, this data was 5.9 million. But I want to emphasize on 1.7 million those who were economically active before departure, and these 1.7 million were mostly pre-war our labor force active cohort. So we can see that we lost approximately population like a small European country. And these people we're talking about, they were economically active. and they were not on the periphery of economy. They were production workers. If we talk about apparel industry, technologists, maintenance mechanic, skilled operators, those factories depend on just to function. And the sector which depended on them most was heated hardest. So sector I'm talking about is TCLF, is textiles, clothing, leather, and footwear. And it was not only hit by shock of war, it was hit by three shocks. First of all, it's immigration. So skilled workers left because they can find work abroad and move their families. Second, internal displacement. Even workers who stayed in the country were often separated from the factories where they used to work, especially if we talk about factories close to the trenches, to say frankly, like in Kharkiv, in Zaporizhia, in Kherson, and we don't even talk about occupied territories. We lost lots of apparel factories there. And third, obviously, mobilization, significant portion of the available male workforce. For example, traditionally sewing mechanics, they are males, and we lost them. Due to European Business Association, over 840 enterprises were relocated from war zone. That means that they physically moved the equipment and their operations to safer regions, to western part of Ukraine. Firms were relocated, but workers did not. And by European Business Association, this data from 2024, 74% of employers report labor shortage, and I'm sure this labor shortage is quite same number for this year and for 2025. And at the same time, Ukrainian economy experienced structural unemployment, so workers and jobs simply are in different places. And some standard response is to extend HR budgets, to extend budgets on training, just to spend more money on training, but that does not fix this. The problem is that coordination mechanism between employers, training institution, and displaced workers does not exist, or if in some niches it exists, it does not work properly. So in 2024, one private company in the TCLF sector decided to run and research to understand what to fix. That company I'm talking about is Softork. It's industrial equipment and software distributor. They have direct access to the factory floor. They understand what factory in apparel industry needs. So it was in-depth interviews. It was with stakeholders of our industry. It was desk research, describing world experience. And after that, why Softork did that? Because this actor, commercial actor, ran into a very direct commercial problem. They had clients had machines, and they had orders, but their production capacities sits idle. So Softork cannot sell any new machines, and how do you expand in a market where your client cannot expand also? So building a workforce market was not a philanthropic idea, it was a business necessity. But Softork need to understand what to fix. And due to this research, we found such barriers which stops us. And 5 of them pointed directly to workforce formation. State training programs were outdated, obsolete equipment, curricula for different era, courses that take months when manufacturers needed weeks. No metrics were existed to evaluate hard skills. It was hard to understand who is suitable for this job and who is not. And in small and medium business enterprise segment, businesses had no models to share their knowledge, to share their best practices, and don't know how to cooperate. So everyone solved their own problems by their own. And also war accelerated mass migration of women. Historically, seamstresses in Ukraine or workers in light industry are women. And the profession itself had a prestige problem. Young people didn't see it as a future, so it's not prestige to be a seamstress or sewing equipment mechanic. And we understand that this gap is structural. Because due to years of toll manufacturing, when Ukrainian factories worked with for example, Italian fabric, Italian brands, we just lost our expertise. We lost all our experienced staff, and among them there are technologists. We're talking about technologists. So Softork decided to test hypothesis. Launch with Kyiv National University of Technologies and Design, first course, test course, and we filled it in one day without any advertising budgets. Manufacturers paid for this course, and we trained 23 participants for 5 days, and after that they were able to run factory floor with sewing background, with sewing practice experience. And I'll emphasize that Softork didn't spend money on marketing, on advertising, so that quite a sign of product market fit, sign of demand. Course was entirely oriented, practice oriented, and we gathered it with only word of mouth. After launch, faculty of university helped to evaluate program, to strengthen it, and it was clear that model is working at a small scale. But in the summer of 2025, model was scaled again because Softork and Kyiv National University of Technology and Design ran into the next phase under UNIDO, UNIDO Emergency Employment Support Program, funded by Japan government and with Ukraine's Ministry of Economy. This time participation was free. It was funded by UNIDO. And it was scaled through all Ukraine geography, but this time target audience was veterans, students from near front zones, and displaced people. And accommodation, meals, all travel expenses were covered. So it was 5 cohorts, 51 participants for all cohorts, and some enterprises, especially from Kryvyi Rih. As you know, Kryvyi Rih is near to front lines. It's approximately 20 kilometers. One of manufacturers, they, after this course, improved their productivity, their total daily output by 30%. And 70% of participants became active ambassadors, so they will recommend this program for their relatives and friends. And next slide. And after that, program didn't stop. Donor funding ended, and the program didn't dissolve. It's kind of exception, not a rule. Most donor-funded training initiatives in Ukraine collapse the moment external funding ends, but this one converted. Private enterprise established Center of Sewing Technologies, kind of dedicated institutional body for aggregating and scaling industry training programs. All specialties which light industry needs. And on February 24 this year, a trilateral memorandum was signed by Softork, Kyiv National University of Technologies and Design, and Vinnytsia National Technology University. So now model is no longer tied to one city or one donor. And this April, next month, first new course will launch at my university with European standard micro-qualification. And this model also will be integrated in the university curriculum for second year students. And looking back at this mechanism, what made this work was specific combination of three actors: Softork, which has no academic authority to certify university, and it has no employer network to guarantee hiring outcomes, and UNIDO has no local implementation in infrastructure. So with this, with UNIDO funding, it was available to did this. And if to talk about theoretical outcomes of this case, if to theorize it, why specifically Softork private enterprise plays that role? Softork played the role of orchestrator, and there are two ways to describe orchestrators in literature. And last one by Adner, it describes it more precisely, because in this meaning, orchestrator absorbs coordination costs, and exchange it for indirect long-term gains from a more functional ecosystem. So Softork fits this term precisely. And we understand that qualified workforce market raises productivity of all clients and of all industry, but over time. So commercial actor with skin in the game, not a philanthropist, and not extracting fees from other players. That combination of commercial incentive and ecosystem investment is what made the coordination possible. This slide I'll pass. So we can. So what does it mean for the policy? Core finding is that spatial mismatch persists, not only because of lack of funding or lack of workers, but because no actor takes responsibility for coordination across sectoral boundaries. And bilateral model doesn't work, and in our case, trilateral model worked. Policy recommendation is uncomfortable, but specific wartime workforce policy needs to be designed around this trilateral architecture. And I can state that this mechanism is replicable. And April 2026 micro-qualification course is first really scalable product of this trilateral memorandum, and kind of first step for institutional and foundation for geographical expansion. So we build this under the fire, and this will work. Question is, will we scale it, and how much we will scale it? Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Ivan, for your presentation, for your detailed case study, and for being with us here today. So, as I have managed to establish, we still should have a couple minutes for a short Q&A session. So I would like to ask you if there are any questions, comments, or remarks regarding our presentations so far.
I think the presentations really fit well with some of the framework that Paulina provided for us and some of the earlier presenters talked about in terms of what is the impact on the sending country, so to speak, or the homeland. And, you know, both that educational loss and looking at the labor market and the impact there, it's so precious to have your perspective. So we're very, very grateful for that. And yeah, I think also the question, how do you feel, what is it that could maybe challenge those perceptions of the young people in particular? What is it that could be a pull factor that would make them decide to go back? Because you've mentioned, you know, the challenges and the barriers. So I was wondering on the flip side, what do you think it would take to change that and bring them back? Thank you.
I say a couple of words of these questions because we have in our university, as Ivan said, this our new model for my competition. We have two different cases about cooperation. We have a cluster of cooperation with the educational, business, and scientific research. After that, we have a practical case for the micro-qualification, for the realization different skills for the people who want to working but haven't these skills to realization in the business. That's why business coming to university and people who stay in Ukraine coming to have a micro-qualification in our university. But for your question, what we think about return to young people. Now our government think about new programs with the, some plans for the good condition for the young people to return to home and have a good condition in the educational program, different in university, and some place in the labor market from the business who interest to the return to this young people or another people, but the war not stop it, and we cannot understand some things about the peace. Family who go into Europe, they start going with the not for the students' time, but for the pupil in the secondary school, and stay and not return for long time. And I cannot say that we haven't a future, but we do everything in the cooperation with the business and educational systems to return these people for new skills from the Europe to Ukraine. But our feels about dreaming to peace cannot do everything to return the young people. Whole of the family comes have a migration. They think what maybe they integrate as at school an educational system and the labor market in Europe, and they only visiting to women's visiting without children, without husband, visiting Ukraine for a short time and return to Europe. That's why it's we do everything, and government find different ways to do a good condition for this part of for immigration young people. But now, every morning, every evening, and we cannot we don't know what happens. Today we have alarm free for 3 hours, and Saturday and Sunday we have 4 hours of rocket attacks. It's difficult time now.
So may I add a bit? It's really a painful question for us. But talking, for example, for now, for the situation now, and talking about universities and schools, the war is not over, but we have distance learning at schools and at universities for those school children and students who are abroad. So the school children can attend schools in other countries where they live currently, and they can also attend distance learning at Ukrainian schools in order to make them not to lose their roots, and I think it's also important, and there is more chances that they will come back after the war, and the same with the students. So we have also distance format of education at many universities, and that also helps in some way to foster the return of these young people. And but of course the government, our government, is developing a special program how to encourage young people to come back from other countries to Ukraine, but it will be possible only after the end of the war, because they cannot provide the security right now, and in some regions it's really dangerous. So the end of the war is the main issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I have a question again to the presenter about the education. And how do you monitor the number of the children, and how accurate are the data that you have about how many children is abroad studying, and how many is studying in the national system, and how many is following the online schools? Because I know that in Poland it's a problem to even get the exact number how many Ukrainian students we have in our Polish system.
In Ukraine, we have the same system as Poland, as a ministerial system of educational process, and we have a learning school. This is some application, as my daughter, I can, and this application have monitoring how many people, how many children go into online Ukrainian school in this system, and the same for students. We have YEDEBO as a Poland system. In this system, we have all of our students have a monitoring to as a students of a double degree diplomas, or as a learning dister or another programs, and all of the Ministry of Education and Science have all of register of who are abroad and who use distance learning from different university as the same as the secondary school. This is 2 electronic system, and we have all of conduction to find the students and these people.
And may I add a bit then also about schools. When a school child, a school boy or a school girl leaves this school, his or her parents should provide a special reference, a special proof where this child is, and that is official document about this child, in what country he or she lives, what school he or she attends. So everything is serious with that. Thank you.
Thank you. And if I could follow up on that, because I think it's more about registration, yes? So you know how many are registered, but do you actually follow how many are present, yes? Because I think what really matters is that the number of students who are in some sort of limbo, who are registered, but who do not attend the classes, yes? So I'm very curious if you follow that, if you have such data.
As for class attendance, we have at school. For example, we have several forms of study, like distance format, and also it is called family format. Then when school children can not attend these schools, but they once a month or some period of time, they pass some tests. And then that is how they learn there. So, actually, yes, individual learning.
In Ukrainian university, all of these students who have two educational system and abroad in our university, they have individual graphic. And the whole of the subjects they are learning, they have some in the Moodle or another system. All of the university, they have some tasks and individual graphic to the finishing for the programs or another. That's why it's not difficult. We think about it, but every semester we have some registers to Ministry of Education and Science, because, for example, if students use the Erasmus Plus program, coming to abroad, they must return, and our abroad government or passport control said that these boys or these students, these boys or these girls, come into Europe and return. But it's only for the Erasmus Plus programs. For all of the students who live abroad and use the individual forms for distance learning, we have some registered our semester, and Ministry of Education and Science have information about how students use opportunities to the learning in our university, and in university there they come.
And may also add a bit, the separate question is about those school children and students which are in the occupied territories. Sometimes there is no telephone connection with them, and that is really awful, but we try to facilitate such students and school children, and universities and schools are not in a hurry to expel such students and school children, and we just wait to have some connection with them.
So thank you for this very thought-provoking Q&A session. I would like to thank all the participants, all the speakers for the last panel session. And I think that right now the time finally comes for what we're all waiting.
And it's not my final speech, of course. It's
of course.
About the dinner. So, dear colleagues, I know it was a long day. Thank you very much. For me, it was so fruitful, and I have so many thoughts and emotions that I needed time just to cope with all of this. I have so many ideas for future as well, but we have a dinner, so we will have it. And as I mentioned previously, I guess that around 8 we can meet for a drink in a restaurant, in a hotel. It's for those who seek for further integration. But now, thank you for today. See you tomorrow. Tomorrow we start at 9:30. Please be aware about it. It's a little bit earlier than today, so please be aware. And have a good evening. And see you tomorrow. Thank you to our online participants. And tomorrow there will be provided another link for tomorrow's connection. So we will share it with those who are registered. Thank you.